1, 2, 1, 2. Hello. There we go. Microphones. There's Siebes. There's Tekken. Hello. Am I okay? Yes, I'm very okay. A combination of miscalculation of time, and it was my dad's birthday, so I took my parents for a meal and some drinks as well. So I am slightly loaded right now, if that's a term. Is my microphone on? Is the question. Are we hearing things? Doo-doo-doo. Yes, we're hearing things. Okay, good. Be intoxicated. Be the intoxicated. Not quite, but yes. Technically, the first time streaming slightly under the influence. You'll have to help. You'll have to tell me what you hear as the difference, if at all. Hello, JD. Hello, Cook. Hello, that weird Northeast. Is that an interesting spelling of weird? W-Y-R-D. Hello, Stefan. Might be able to make better music. What are you saying about my normal music? Oh, this is your Red King. Hello. Thank you. We need background music while we get everyone in. I need random stuff. Oh no, we can't choose absolute random stuff because it's all that South Asian museum music. Lots of South Asian museum music. Which has been my life for the last however many months. They paid me recently though, so that's great. Let's put you there. Whoa. Still getting used to Ableton 12, by the way. Very different. Anyone noticed? Who here moved from Ableton 11 to Ableton 12 and noticed it was a lot slower? Everything seems slower. I'm not sure. Like just dragging effects in, and I'm so used to 11.1 at this point. I didn't even like 11.3 because it felt slower. And now this really feels different. Compressor's on the wrong thing. Source is my voice. 1, 2, 1, 2. That comes in there. There we go. Right. Hello, hello. There we go. 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. I'm nearly at 100 subs. 100k. Well, yeah, I mean, 100k should happen by the end of the year at the current rate. So it's not super soon. I've got lots of time to prepare for the face reveal. We need to hype up some kind of campaign about the face reveal at 100k. Make it a much bigger deal than it actually really is. Before you get to see my ugly mug at some arbitrary subscription threshold. But yeah, I'll get my. I think 100k is the YouTube plaque, isn't it? That'll be a big deal. Peter, no. My mobile obviously updated, but my clock on the wall didn't. So it's. I was explaining to Techum and Siebes. Yeah, it wasn't just the fact that the clocks had gone backwards, forwards. Can't remember. It was my dad's birthday, so we were at the restaurant. I bought my parents a meal. They came up to see me, so a little bit delayed for that reason as well. Was trying to connect to the internet here. Anti-malware service. I will let you through. Keep delaying the face reveal until everyone else does. 4C engagement. There's got to be a threshold, surely, when people get bored. Although it's not exactly like I'm based on the visual, is it? So I suppose I could delay it indefinitely. Technically a valid brand strategy. Thank you, yes. So other people have noticed the Ableton 12 thing, right? My voice isn't mono-compatible under the influence. That would be a strange artifact, wouldn't it? What would I have to do to simulate that? 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Hello. Is that working? No, it can't be, can it? Actually, I'm not sure. I'm not listening to the OBS stream. Does it come through left or right? No, I think I've got the input set to mono. It doesn't make a difference. I'd have to do it on OBS, I think. We could do a whole... what's Baby Audio's plugin called? It's just pitch drift, right? We could put pitch drift on the master and make the whole stream super wobbly. Simulate us all being a couple of points in. By the way, great plugin if you want to kind of organicify a sound. Organicify? There you go, there's a word for you. Want to make it slightly wonky, as we would say up north. Thank you, James. Love the content, thank you. Yebel says, hello gamers. Yeah, I'm sure most of us are. Wavy screen like GTA, yeah. I don't know how to do that effect, unfortunately, on the visual front. I can only give you the audio equivalent, which would be extreme pitch drift. Happy birthday to Dad Bthelick, yeah. I'm not sure he's ever been called that before. I'll let him know. See what he thinks of that one. How would I go about making a Ketama style track? Right. Hello, Finn, by the way, Finn Morris. Ketama. Well, I've already done the... I know it's not quite the same. I already did an overview of DJ Heartstring, didn't I? I know Ketama's adjacent is on that scene, right? Name me a track or two, and we'll do a live analysis. And I'll I'll let you know what I think goes into one of those. Who's on a Behringer UC22? Chris. UMC22. Nothing wrong with that. Is there? Have you had any problems? Behringer used to have terrible everything, terrible hardware, terrible drivers, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with them these days. Other than possibly ethics of the company. Hello Gottfried, what's your question? Recording my vocals in mono in Logic, and then I run my vocals into my vocal bus, which is stereo. I get cracks and pops for no reason. Can't seem to figure it out. Yeah, that's not an obvious one. I can't think of a instant reason why that would be the case. I take it you don't get the cracks and pops when you send to a mono bus. Is that correct? Have you tested that? Is it definitely do we know it's a mono to stereo thing? Because it is possible there's an effect that doesn't like being having a mono input. I presume none of the native effects of Logic would have a problem with it, but maybe there's a third-party plugin that doesn't like having a mono input, stereo output. Not something I'm aware of, I'm afraid. Sorry. I could do a fake face reveal for a laugh. Yeah, I was thinking of putting some kind of mask on. JD Vance superimposed. Yeah. Extreme pint drift. That's what we could make a plugin. Extreme pint drift. Maybe like an anti-alcohol producer aid that claims to cancel out the effects of alcohol so you can produce normally. It just shit the bed. Oh, the Behringer just shit the bed. All right, fair enough. Maybe they're not. The UCM22 is pretty old, though, right? That's not one of the recent ones. Not that there's any excuse. I mean, but unlucky, Chris. Sorry to hear that. And by the term, it just shit the bed, I presume you're also English. Don't hear too many Americans using that one. DJ Kata, tell us more about yourself. How did you start making EDM? Do you do anything else besides music? Where are you from? When did you start making music? Oh, well, that's a big one. I've got to make that video, haven't I? I mean, I don't know if I have to make that video, but I have had that question quite a lot, so I probably should do some kind of about me. It always feels so arrogant, though. I'm just not that kind of guy. My story feels so egotistical. I don't know. Obviously, you want to know how I got where I've got. I understand that. So, yeah, good question. What's the short version without boring you? Let's I'm trying to think of the highlights. So, 1991. I realized, not for any particular musical reason, probably a confluence of Metallica, Prodigy, happy hardcore, different mix of reasons. I realized I wanted to make music for a living. That was. I realized I consider myself very lucky to have realized I wanted to do music extremely early on. I was in the beginnings of high school, And luckily for my parents, because we weren't very well off, not a lot of money. Luckily for my parents, the school I was going to at the time, shout out Wardle High School, they had a program where you could buy Yamaha keyboards at a discount or something. Anyway, so we got I was just obsessed with this little Yamaha keyboard. PSS 795. Look up that model. That was my beginnings of falling in love with music and playing it. I recorded songs off the radio and worked them out by ear, note by note, pressing stop, rewind, stop, rewind, stop, rewind, stop, rewind, until I got every single note from a melody, and then eventually got quite good by the age of 13, 14 at working out melodies by ear. Where's this story going? I'm trying to look for another song while I'm also talking to you, and I can't multitask. Bear with me. Yeah, in general, basically. So I actually grew up I got into bands. I started a couple of bands, or I joined a couple of bands. I was a frontman for one band. I wanted to be James Hetfield at one point, lead singer of Metallica. So I sang just like him, and it sounded terrible. Wrote a lot of rock songs, wanted to be a rocker, and then I'm trying to do the short version. How did I start making EDM? So I worked at a music shop as a guitar salesman for 8 years, and it was a very, very big music shop. It was basically the size of a warehouse, thousands of guitars. They also sold PA systems, speaker systems, drum kits, pretty much everything, DJ gear, and software. So at some point during my guitar salesman journey, I drifted across to the high-tech department, it was called, and I got really interested in software. I learned a lot about that while I was working there, and then I ended up being the main salesman for the software side of things. Much to my manager's dismay, because software made a lot less money than guitars. I don't think he ever forgave me for transitioning over, because I was one of his best salesmen up until that point. And then my job basically became giving tech support for free. Met a lot of electronic musicians through that, though, and eventually started a recording studio where a lot of the clients I'd met through the shop became my clients at the recording studio. And I realized DJs made much better producers than band musicians did. And because of their apparent success, I took them more on as clients, and I became a musician for DJs. And then fast forward, 18 years now? That's me in a nutshell, writing for DJs, and then became my own, just fully embraced the rabbit hole of dance music. And yeah. How long was I telling that story for? That's supposed to be the short version. Am I supposed to make a video about that? It'll either be like 2 hours long or 5 minutes. Yeah, it's going to be a weird one. Hopefully that answers some of your questions. But a lot of, I suppose one of the key points about the story is I deliberately positioned myself as a musician that knew a lot about engineering, because people would be impressed by things like knowing that a low E on the bass guitar was 37 hertz or something, things like that. That's probably not actually the frequency these days. I've probably forgotten. But the crossover of knowledge between the technical and the musical was always what made I realized was what made me stand out. So lots of people hired me to mix their songs, and then they'd ask me to play on their songs or do both, and then that translated over to a lot of DJs not knowing a lot about music. So they hired me for the music bit, and then I ended up mixing the tracks when they realized I was pretty okay at the engineering stuff as well. There we go. That's me. Why do you have a purple obsession? Is this purple? Ooh, that's an old track called Chicane Tribute. Don't tell Chicane. Have you ever done an extended of that? This is Blue Navy. This isn't purple. I don't know. I just when did Ableton? I'll tell you exactly when this color scheme came around. Ableton version 8. When did that launch? Release date. Oh, 2009. Right. So sometime in 2009, there was a third-party independent program you could download for free, which let you recolor your Ableton sessions. I can't remember what it's called. I know it's not available now because I tried to find it. It's all websites now, which make you upload your own things. Anyway. I was so sick of the grey. I came from Cubase, that was grey. I came from Logic, that was grey. I just wanted something different. So, when you spend every day in the software, and this was pretty much a random colour selection. It was I had it kind of like blue and green. I don't know why. It was like all the greens were highlights or something. I've tamed it down since, but yeah, and it stuck basically. And then by the time my brand kind of accidentally took off. By the way, Bthelick was one of 10 things I was trying at the time. I did understand the basics of branding, so I was trying about 10 different niches. I remember one of them. The name I actually preferred was called the Instrologist, which I thought it was clever at the time because it was like instrumental expert stroke musicologist stroke. Yeah, musicologist. I don't know. Instrologist. I can't remember what Bthelick came from, other than guitar licks and the fact that I'm Ben. Everyone called me B. Anyway, I worked on a hip hop album which was called The Lick. It's kind of part of it. Anyway, yeah, Bthelick was just one thing that kind of just happened to start working, and this was the color of the screen I was recording at the time. And then the decision had to be made was, it's actually a very important branding decision if you think about it. I had to decide, would I go back to default colors so people would recognize Ableton and click on the videos because they knew it was Ableton for Ableton reasons, or did I want to separate myself and choose a brand color, as it were, to be identifiable by? So I chose the latter. And because I'm not good at new decisions, we just stuck with what we had at the time, which is this thing. So I did do an extended version. Yeah. It's not particular like of. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of ambivalent about the purple, the Blue Navy, as it's called, but it is different. How to make a short story long. Yeah. That's kind of my ramblings in a nutshell, I think. Peter, hello. What was that question? I'm applying your method to a recent song of my. Which method? Struggling to get rid of distortion on vocals. Oh, you mean the not mastering method? You tried sidechaining, clipping, limiting. Nothing helps. Could you show how to solve? You tried limiting and you're still hearing distortion on the vocals. That's very interesting. That implies there's something gone wrong in the chain. Peter, is your master fader at 0? What software are you in to start with? Is your master fader at 0 when you're trying the limiter? Nate, were you into trip hop? Oh, a big Portishead fan. Yeah, absolutely. I always preferred Portishead to Massive Attack because I was a music snob, and I thought Portishead were a lot more musical than Massive Attack, but they're both fantastic. The Bristol scene was, again, great example of what weird concoctions come out of the UK, right? Because, trip hop, where else? Yeah. Actually, recently someone said, hello gamers earlier. Speaking of video games, I was playing Theme Hospital, which is no, it's not. It's 2 Point. I was playing 2 Point Hospital, which is a spiritual successor to Theme Hospital from the 90s. Hospital management game that followed on from the theme park, the roller coaster management game. Anyway, one of the illnesses my guest showed up with he was diagnosed with Portishead, which I thought was rather funny. They said it was an illness from living near the sea for too long, or something like that. I thought, nice touch. Clearly made by English devs or someone who understands that joke. Chris, this is probably really easy, but I was wondering how you make that house string synth stab type thing. Apology for the description. Well, as they say, it's describing music with words is like describing architecture by dancing or something, isn't it? They are two different languages, and one isn't very good at describing the other. So, yeah, I don't know what you mean by house string synth stab type thing. There's obviously a possible. There's a couple possible answers. String stab house. So you're either talking about the disco string thing. You'll have to let me know, Chris. Splice is trying to connect. That's not a problem. Because if you put string stab in Splice, you will get the disco thing. Oh god, my change. The bad spelling, by the way, isn't so much the alcohol. I've changed keyboards, and it's very different. That's it, right. So, tell me, Chris, do you mean this string house stab thing? Is it that one, or is it? Well, we've got that one. There's the pizzicato stab. There's this one. Nope. No. Oh dear. Let me just. Does anything come up with that? That's the right articulation on the strings, but I want the house stab version of it. That might be your closest. Think Insomnia, basically. That would be the pizzicato stab. Or are you talking about the original Fairlight Stravinsky? No, not you. We'll know it when we get it. No. Not really. That's not the disco one. No. Maybe it's not legal to reproduce anymore. Ah, well, I suppose that's closer. But were any of those what you were talking about, Chris? Also, how far behind am I on comments here? Oh, quite far behind. Yeah, my chat just refreshed and I'm halfway up the page. Okay. Are you even still here, Chris? Do I make hard house? Celtronic. I mean, I could. I don't, shall we say, naturally. You have to give me an example. Curious about my happy hardcore phase. Yeah. Stu Allen, Key 103, Hardcore Hour, all that. Actually, I couldn't name you a single tune because I'm sure 99% of it was like one-off bootlegs. Lots of novelty material, let's put it that way. I'm sure that's a reference to something, Hendrix. Have I ever been in a Turkish prison? But the answer is obviously I can't think of the reference right now. But the literal answer, to give you like the autistic direct truth, is no. But I was stuck in a Turkish carpet shop once, where they refused to let me leave unless I bought at least a cushion or a pillow. No joke. No joke. Istanbul is hardcore. They wanted me to take a whole carpet roll back on the plane. And there was a lot of arguing, and I got trapped in a shop. Wow, I'm really far behind on chat because I'm still reading Happy Hardcore Phase. Yes, I've only just recently discovered Brave browser. Weird. It's good, isn't it? I quite like. Quite enjoying it so far. I was always I'm normally a Firefox user, which has always been great. Brave is a very smooth experience, though. If you want a Chromium-based browser. Just trying to catch up with the chat. Sorry. Clement Kane. Hi, Ben. Big fan of the channel. Can you do a track breakdown of You Are My System, Kerry Chandler, Dennis Quinn, Troy Denari? Musical aspects and sounds. Yeah, we can have a look at that. Let me copy your... Let's have a look. You Are My System. I won't make the mistake of showing the video on chat because that got my stream taken down last time. Let's bring up clip grab just in case I need to grab. Okay, we got a chord 1 minus 7 into a chord 7 first inversion. Oh, stabs, octave change. Lovely. Nice pair of chords there. What's the sound? That's the question. Sounds like a sample. It happens all the time. You know my daydreams stop. My heart beats on. It's a Rhodes. There's a lot of no. The reason I say it's a sample is there's lots of noise on top of the Rhodes. Realize I've not changed my live title, have I? I don't even know where to change it right now. Stream settings. Here we go. Ready. It is March 26. Save. Okay, got the idea. What is? Let's grab that and bring it in. It's just chords 1 and well, it's technically the bass is 1 and 2. The chords are actually 1 and 7. I'll explain in a second. Let me grab that from refs. Nice classic house vibes. Well, let's grab a Rhodes. Ableton's internal will be fine for now. Put lots of tape hiss on it or something. Should be fine. Let's figure out what key we're in. I have relative pitch. I don't have perfect pitch. Instruments. Electric. That will do. Let's grab textures. Because sound is important. Some kind of tape hiss. Not you. It'll do. It'll do. Probably a bit much. Right, what we got? I don't know what that the high chord up there is some kind of inversion. I've not figured that out in my initial listening. Right. So we're in G sharp minor. Sounds like it goes a fifth up on the bass. I don't know about the rest of the chord though. Let me plug my headphones in 1 second. Otherwise, if I crank my speakers, you guys are going to get a very messy signal. Right, there's me. Turn the speakers down. Still too much of that. We've got some chorus on as well. I think we're slightly sharp as well. Probably a vinyl playback thing. Sounds like it's that voicing, which would be... I'll show you how this works out. So we've got the bass notes. I say bass, I mean the lowest of the keyboard. There is a bass in there as well. We'll come to that in a second. The upper keys don't have the root note in it. It's the this is your chord, G sharp minor. Let's do this in A minor actually, just so everyone can follow along on the white keys. So it's a ninth chord, which means we've got a seventh, which is that one. That's your, and then there's ninth, because a chord is 1, 3, and 5, and then your extensions are 7 and 9. We've done that lots. Put your hand up if you don't understand. What we have is a voicing, which is basically a changing of the order of the notes. This seventh and ninth at the top, they go down an octave. They go in here. And there's no root note because that's down here in the bass. And instead of A, it's just one down. It's on G sharp. We're in G sharp minor. So I believe that is our first chord, which is repeated, obviously. I think that is just a... I think this whole thing is probably a sample. Let's get the tempo dialed in so I can line this up to the grid. Even if this is on vinyl, we should be able to get a rough tempo. Oh no, that's early. No, that's early. There we go. That'll do for now. 123-ish. Oops. I'll just put that on an even number. So, our chord is, I think we're looking at, let me make this 2 bars long, sorry. We're swung, by the way, quite swung. I'll put 63% on. So I think it jumps a fifth. I think the whole thing moves like that. We'll see what happens when I turn my Rhodes on in a minute. And then we move early, but we don't move up to a normal. This chord 2, whatever it is not the same sample. If it was sampled. That's the 9th, isn't it? Right, okay, let's listen to it. it's not going to behave the same. I can still hear the D sharp. Sorry, it's not the ninth, it's the fifth. I can still hear the D sharp at the top. What's going on elsewhere? What is that? I can't hear any in-between notes yet. There's definitely the 2 and the 5. These are much longer anyway. That's the rhythm, and then we're back round. I need to hear in betweens. Yeah, it does. Okay, so we are following whatever this. I've not even worked out what that chord would be yet. I'm going to get the rest of the notes, and then I'll tell you what the name of the chord is. My instinct when I first heard it was chord 7 first inversion, which would mean it was an F sharp major chord of some kind. But now looking at the D sharp and G sharp, that wouldn't be the case unless these are 6th and 9th of that chord. I'll explain all of this a little bit more clearly once I've actually figured it out. 1 second. Yeah, I can hear that now. Let me hear. That's buried. Right, so that joins as an octave there. That stays. That's why that note gets stronger, because... the question is, what the hell is that chord called? sus247. Yeah. So we got A sharp is the bass. No, it's a minor. 11. All right, minor 11, 7, no 5. Minor 7, add 11, no 5 would be the name of that chord. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what it would be called. Yeah, A sharp, because there's your minor 3rd, but there's no 5th, which would be F. I can't hear an F in there, unless it's like super faint. No, I don't think I can hear it in the original. So no 5th, but there is a minor 3rd in there. So if this is your root, I'm not hearing an F sharp. So my initial thoughts of a chord 7 inverted are wrong. Yeah, that sounds about right to me. Yeah, so minor, it's a minor because of those two. That makes it minor. This would be an 11th of that chord if you count it up. There's your 3rd, there's your 5th, there's your 7th. Your 9th would be there. That would be your 11th. So if you say add 11, that doesn't imply that the 7th or the ninth is there, but it is so it's minor 11th. Sorry, minor 7th. Minor 7th. If you draw out a minor 7th, that would be this. There's your minor 7th. Adding 11th, which is up here. No 5th. It's them, just in a different order. That goes up an octave. The fact you got the bass duplicated doesn't make a difference to the chord name. Yeah. Yeah, minor 11, minor 7, add 11. No 5th. So does that make it suspended? Hang on. Minor 7 sus 4. Is it just a minor 7 sus 4? Because there's no. It can't be suspended because the minor third's present. I stick by my original. Minor 7, add 11. Not that it matters. This one is a minor 9th. Yeah. Okay. You're going to tell me at some point this isn't the bit you wanted to be analysed. I've got stuck on the original chords and I've not even heard the rest of the track. But they are interesting. This whole jump here, it's just a whole thing jumping up a 5th. That's kind of like what happens when you trigger a sample off a pad, but the fact that this changes chord makes me think that it might not be a sample. Unless it's another line that's been chopped up and then moved around, also possible. Because you can chop up different chords out of a sequence, obviously. As for sound, very full Rhodes of some description, electric piano Rhodes, chorus, noise. I don't know if there's a synth layer behind it. There's a bass layer on playing the octave below on a G sharp 0. Down there, there's a actual sub bass synth. Not such a distinct sound.
And night by night, I feel in my mind.
What is that vocal? Is that actually in?
Night by night, I feel in my mind.
Yeah, lots of the vocals resting on the 5th, the D sharp.
Day by day, it happens all the time.
Which is less common. No, there's your 1. There's the G sharp itself.
It happens all the time. You know my daydreams stop. My heart beats on. I can't take it anymore.
Yeah, not resting on the 1 a lot at all. Which is probably how they get away with that kind of chord too. I'll just check the rest of the track. Oh, we changed key. Oh, is it chord 4 and 5? And this is actually chord 1. Because now we've gone to now we've gone to the D sharp. Haven't we? Is that D sharp? Yeah. Okay. So the track actually might be in D sharp. And this whole section is just chords 4 and 5. Apologies if you've already. So the bass is playing 1 1 1 5 5, which would be D sharp, D sharp, D sharp, A sharp. Lately bass kind of thing. Squelchier than a lately bass, isn't it? Very Euro bass. Oh, sax. Here comes the cheap sax. On 4, 5, 7, 1. And that's playing fourth. Oh, okay. Now it's playing the full chord. No, fourth in stack, fourth. Another fourth layer. Oh, okay. So it doesn't drop on the one. Okay, so that's the drop. Oh, so the break's just on. Oh, that's interesting. So the only time it actually plays around with chord 1 is in the break. I've talked about this though before. I made a video about tracks that don't really use the 1 in the chord progression. It's a great way of having a loop that feels like it goes on forever because it never actually technically resolves in a scale sense. And even if you're not actually musical, you can sense that because not returning to the 1 isn't just a muso thing. It's kind of a fundamental function of how music works. Anyway, let me know if you want to know anything else about those chords. Did I explain everything properly? I was about to say it wasn't minor because of this chord 2, but if these are chords 4 and 5, and this is actually chord 1, technically, just that little jump up, then these all fit completely within the scale of D sharp minor. Otherwise, it would be G sharp Dorian. But yeah, D sharp minor. Chords 4 and 5, just extended versions. We got 7ths and 9ths. Add 11, no 5. If you want to know, yeah, I mean, how you arrive at that kind of thing is probably the question. How you arrive at that type of thing is just play around with lots of 7ths and 9ths and voice. If you're actually a keyboard player, this voicing is very natural. If you want to do a 9th chord, because it saves you having to reach all the way out here. This would be the normal. That would be a normal 9th chord all the way out here. So if your left hand is covering the bass, it's really comfortable to play a 9th chord like this. So I would argue whoever played this has either sampled a played piece or is a player themselves, because that's how this type of voicing is very common from people who play keys. And if you don't want things to sound too spread out, like I said earlier, the natural voicing would be this, which might be too high for this key, depending on the sound you've picked and all that kind of thing. So obviously a great way of keeping extensions, but not actually extending them upwards would be changing the voicing, bring those down an octave. If you watch the Sammy Vergy video, I cover a lot of that kind of thing. It's kind of called, depending on your outlook, you might call this cluster voicing. It's not fully cluster voicing, but it's part of what we call cluster voicing. It's how you arrive here. Same thing with this. Instead of playing a fully extended 11th chord, this is just a really closely voiced, a cluster voiced version of an 11th chord. So if you want that jazzy, housey, garagey, R&B sampled vibe, that's why you go for chord extensions. I tell you what, while we're just quickly here, because that's, let me just show you the emotional difference. What this entire progression sounds like if you don't use extensions, right? Let's just hear that for now, so we can hear the difference. just use basic triads plus the bass octave. Let's bring that up and up in velocity. D sharp. That's your that's what it sounds like without extensions. It's still not bad. And then this one is the with extensions. I changed something, didn't I? Obviously, these end notes would be linked, but that's the difference. It's a lot crunchier. Some people prefer one over the other. No rights or wrongs there. But yeah, you might argue that the extended one sounds more housey because house has a history of sampling jazz and R&B and things. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah. Oh, we've got stream lag. Is it still frozen? You're back. Everyone's back. We're back. Okay, good. Okay. Good. Peter, right, I just read your comment. So your kick is hitting at 0, your vocal also hits at 0. When you combine them, it distorts, even if applying a sidechain. Is that sidechain you're applying called compactor? Let me know if you're using compactor as a sidechainer, because that would probably be the reason for the distortion. If you've fallen for the compactor thing, because everyone seems to be hyping that plugin for all sorts of reasons and not good ones. Why am I using the integrated, not the integrated splice app? I'm still trialing that. Every time I use the integrated one, it seems to alter the pitch. Like you don't hear the original sample. It tries to make it fit in too much. And I want to hear the original sample, not the one that's been altered to the key of my track, especially if I've not selected the key up here. Yeah, it's handy in certain situations. I'm still not sure when I prefer it or not. Also, I've just used Splice separately for far longer than I have integrated, because I still prefer Ableton 11.1 specifically. Still trialing this whole 12 thing, believe it or not. I know I'm years late, but right, lots of chat to catch up on, lots of chat. Do I have perfect pitch? No, I have relative pitch. Yeah, I can see Cook is already explaining. If I know what the note is, I can figure out the distance from it. I just don't know the note until I find it, basically. It sounds like an old US house. Yeah, it does. It sounds like early garage before. Not UK garage, as in early US garage, Paradise Garage stuff. Nice track. Thank you for the request. What have we got? This the Axel. Bit of an odd one. You might know the knee-deep rev-do dub of... I don't know it. Love is What You Need. Well, I might know it by ear. I don't know it by name. Love is What You Need by King Unique. At 45 seconds, the filter hit comes in. At 1:45, it builds up, but it also seems to lengthen. Was there a question in there? I'll give it a listen. Let's have a listen. Defected release, yeah. This the one. "45 seconds. Let's get okay. And then 1:45. Ooh, you mean that thing in the background? There's a hit that's playing notes 5, 7, and 1, like a guitar-y thing. I mean, it could be a sample of many things. Behind the whatever this filtered and this Rhodes thing, I can't hear what that would be. It could be a filtered disco stab. It could be a synth. Yeah, it's if it's just those two at 1:45 and 1:45, like you say. Well, every sounds like every 32 bars. Or would it be 16? Sorry. Yeah, not sure. Sounds like it's mono as well, so I wouldn't be able to pull it apart with the mid-side. It feels like a guitar. Echoed off guitar thing. With a 3/16 delay on it. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what it is or what the question was actually, but if you wanted to know what sound it was, not sure. Sounds like a guitar, could be a synth, but it's playing note 5/7/1, and then echoed off in 3/16 or dotted eighths, depending on what delay you use. It'd either be called dotted eighths or 3/16. Is what's going on there. Hello, AJZI Adjizi 2003. Hello. Been following me for 5 months. Interested to know simulate a guitar in Ableton. Oof. Downloaded Contact Player, but still can't get a Sunset Vibe sound. Too robotic. Yeah. I mean, it's not easy. As a guitar player, I can tell you it's one of the... Can you hear the rain on my window right now? Everyone hearing this? Is everyone hearing this? This is violent. We've got major sleet right now. I'm getting battered on. I've got a skylight right above me. So, unfortunately, literally a window above my head in the ceiling. It's getting hammered. I can hear it through the mic through my headphones. Guitars, yeah. I still want to make I am working on a video slowly. I've talked about this for a very long time now. I want to make a video. Working title is a guitar lesson for DJs, because guitar is such a complex, nuanced instrument. There's a reason it's better to sample it than it is to virtual instrument recreate it, if that makes sense. Just sample a whole phrase and, you know, a la Splice or something. I'll give you a quick rundown of a few things. Basically, also, there's not just, when you say guitar, Sunset guitar, you're talking about what you mean, like tropical house, sunset vibe? Is that where you're at? The fact that you're saying too robotic means obviously, yeah, the playing is too rigid, and yeah, that means you're repeating samples. And this is the reason you can't really sample a guitar, because sample a guitar for an instrument, because as soon as you repeat a note, it sounds exactly the same, which is not what happens on a real guitar. Every note you trigger is completely different. And also the way a guitar works with the way the strings are tuned, you can trigger the same note on different strings that has different tones. And not only is that desirable, it's part of where your hands fall on the fretboard naturally. It happens a lot. You trigger the same note on different strings, and you do it on purpose so that the rhythm is different, because the tone is different on each string. Hard to explain. Let me see if I can bring up Ample is the best example of a virtual. So this is there's a free version of this. I think. Oh, actually, is there a free version of the electric? There's definitely a free version of the acoustic, which is not what you want. Anyway, I'll show you on this just for now. I'll give you a brief, basic rundown of some of the complexities of trying to recreate a guitar. Is it loading? What's it doing? Is this because it's the first time I've loaded it in 12? I don't normally see the throbber. This is called a throbber, by the way. For those of you who don't know, if you ever see the wheel of thinking, that's a throbber in technical terms. Good to know. Yeah, so if I just wanted to program a simple like a some kind of disco, lick thing. Obviously, you can hear it sounds super rigid and not realistic at all. That's because guitars don't really work that way. Up here, you hear all this stuff. This is what happens when the fingers or the plectrum hit the strings in between the notes, because a guitarist has to go up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down on the strings, because that's kind of, well, you have to keep that motion going in order to keep a rhythm. But not all of those up and down motions are what we call fretted, which means only when your left hand presses down on the string do you actually get the note. If you don't press fully down, you get this kind of halfway in between thing. So what the guitarist might really play would be something more like hang on, where is this? This is on We have to. Oh damn! I've pressed something. Hang on. Oh dear! Oh dear! Well, we haven't even gotten to. Oh dear! No, we want both. We've not even got to pickups yet. Oh god! There's so much. There's so much to a guitar. These things over here, pickups. This determines where the sound is picked up when the string is plucked versus where the hand is pressed on this fretboard, and this makes a massive difference to the tone as well. That's selected via one of these. Not all guitars have the same type of selector or the same type of pickups or the same number of pickups, but the principle is the closer it gets to what we call the nut here. Sorry, the fretboard. This is the nut technically over here. The closer you get towards the nut, the darker the sound is. The closer you get to the bridge, which is this bit over here, the brighter the sound is. But it's not as simple as like an EQ thing. It's a very, very complex. It actually responds differently. It doesn't just, work differently. What I'm trying to explain in a really convoluted way is it's actually nigh on impossible to make a virtual guitar sound real. You have to spend a lot of time basically working out what there's all this kind of in-betweeny tiny short. We would be here all day if I was to get a realistic line just out of this 1 bar line. Not all day, but it's not simple. It's actually quicker to record a real guitar in or just go to somewhere like Splice and grab a line. It's not simple. If you're not a guitar player, it's also really obviously not intuitive to understand at all. Because it's not just the fact that you play a note and it sounds. If you look down here, we've also got 9 different playing modes. Sustain mode is kind of normal, but normal playing on a guitar is about as rare as any other mode. We've got things called harmonics, which is, oh god, how do you explain harmonics? In normal terms, how do you explain it? Basically, if you don't press all the way down on a fret, you can get an extra note, which is an octave or 2 octaves or a third or a fifth above what you actually played. What we call a harmonic, part of the harmonic series. There's a thing called palm muting, where you rest your palm on the bridge, and that stops the notes from ringing out too much. That gives you a muted sound, a lot more short staccato. Instead of... again, depends what kind of line you're trying to play. You've got, obviously, slides up and down. Slides up and down. This thing's called hammer-ons and pull-offs, which is when if you press with your left hand hard enough without having to pluck the string, you get a note, but it doesn't sound the same as a plucked note. It's the same note, but it doesn't sound the same. It's the same pitch. But if you just press it with your left hand and don't pluck it with your right hand at the same time, you get a very different tone. That's called a hammer-on. And then if you pull that string off to its natural string, its natural pitch, when you have no fingers pressed down, if you pull off the string to let it ring out in its natural pitch, that's called a pull-off. That gives another tone. That's a different tone to when you're being plucked, and that's used as a rhythmic device as well. What else? I mean, slide's almost the same as that, but yeah. So many permutations to a real guitar. Like I say, I'm working on a video for it, but that's just a clue as to kind of some of the complexities into making a virtual guitar sound real. It's very, very hard. Some of these instruments do quite a good job of inserting certain tones for you just by playing normally. But if you're playing certain lines, it just depending on the line you're trying to play, it just won't sound realistic at all, especially rhythmic stuff, because you have to insert so many of those quirky little scratches and mutes. And there's a whole like playing virtual section in this, which isn't too bad. You could even do it in Guitar Tab, which is this is how they write guitar music, kind of a cross between music manuscript and these numbers are literally where you press on the fretboard. Yeah, not something I'd probably be able to go into in any short amount of time. Thus why I've been trying to think about how to approach the video for such a long time. Anyone fallen asleep yet? Oh, we've had a donation. I've missed this. Have I missed more donations? Let me just check back. Right. Okay, good. Just the one. Weird. Thank you very much for the 10. Thanks for the Borkovid. I've gotten tons of mileage from it already. Oh, brilliant. Good, good. You're calling it the Borka then. Also, now I know I love asymmetrical harmonics, which has helped using distortion. Yes. Brilliant. Okay, good. Glad it helped. Thank you. It is pissing down, as we say, Garth. Does any other nation use that term? It's pissing it down. Sorry if you're underage, by the way, for the swearing. Sounds like I'm rustling paper or digging through trash. Swift got a throbber when I heard that chord progression earlier. Well, yep, whatever does it for you. A throbber, a tifter. Don't get me started on the Viz Profanosaurus. There's about 1,000 names for that. That would derail the stream. Especially, as I say, I've had a couple of beers today because of my dad's birthday. So, yeah, we don't want to go down that road too hard. Same pitch, different timbre. Yes. What's that name? Gatito? Gatito? Yes. Timbre is is that the classical term? It just means tone, doesn't it? Different tone. I try not to use terms which they're normal for musical people, but they're not normal for DJ electronic musicians necessarily. So I try to dial back my classical nomenclature, as it were. Keep people on board. Shout out from Germany. Thank you, Dom. Dankeschön. Did I miss any questions? Let's have a look. Yes, Weird is the donation king. The donation goat. The Red King. Thank you very much for all the support. I got 21 seconds to go. Yes, Kay. What was that song about? I'm just reading Swift comments. Sorry, here. He's definitely gone down the rabbit hole of. I've just read Sieb saying, "Yeah, Ben's going to piss himself when reading this in about an hour." Yeah, it takes me about an hour to catch up to chat sometimes. Hey, I'm. It's not my fault. I'm going to blame YouTube on this one. Sometimes I look over at the stream and my video capture is about 5 minutes behind where I'm currently at on my screen, and so is the chat. So I've tried sync licensing. Yes, I've had lots and lots of tracks synced. In fact, on Friday just gone, I was attending a film premiere at the Manchester Film Festival because one of three of my tracks appeared in a film. That's a sync license. So yeah, I've done lots of sync licensing. Had tracks on adverts, films, videos. What did you need to know about it? And am I up to date on the chat? That's the question. Hard to know. I keep refreshing the page just in case. Oh, could I explain it? Oh, that's two separate people. Yeah, so it's almost like the third copyright in a way. So if you understand that music is made up of mostly two copyrights, you've got the recorded portion and the actual written music portion, the way it was composed, written down, and then what was recorded from that, two separate copyrights. Then a sync license is basically a separate copyright almost of what you give when you synchronize your recording to a piece of visual media. It's actually its own thing. It's a separate license. They don't just license the recording. They don't just pay for your copyright of your recording or the copyright of your composition. They pay for a sync license, synchronization license, because they're about to take your audio and synchronize it to a different piece of video. That's essentially what a sync license is. Actually, it's up until probably about a year ago, it was extremely lucrative way of making money in music as well. They usually pay quite a lot for that. TV, adverts, that kind of thing. TV shows. We've been over this before, but if you want to see the very first piece of music that got synced from me, I think it was that one. Yeah, it'd be that one.
Oh yeah. Hello, pretty ladies. Oh yeah. Bounce Vimto, seriously mixed up fruit.
That was my first sync, I think. Proud sponsor of a local drinks company. Vimto, very UK. I don't think it travels very far, does it? You don't get Vimto in America. Oh, Cook, great to know. Yep, thank you. So sorry for all the delays. You've released the track with my sample in it. That's good to know. Someone got in touch recently on Insta. Actually, they've sampled one of my tutorials and my vocal, and they've put that in a track. So we're currently writing. Well, I've never dealt with that before. I suppose it's no different from a recording sample. So, initially, I wondered if having it published on YouTube was a separate issue, but apparently not. It's just a normal sample. But I've never had my voice sampled before in that way, so I'm dealing with that right now. Red King, stop spreading misinformation. In Britain, you need a license to sync your oscillators. PC gone mad. Very, very funny. But not true. Would that apply to video games? Video games are their own license as far as I'm aware. I don't think if it's within the game and not to a cutscene, I think that's a separate license again. If I don't know if anyone in the chat has had a game sync. I think I have, but it's been a while. I think it's a separate thing. It probably depends on the country as well, the territory. So I'm not sure. I wouldn't quote me on that one, but I think it's separate. Video games are kind of a specific entity. Thank you for the 2. Siebes, thank you. Yep. Let me know. Cook has released the sample tune. Yes, thank you. Did they give you brief on the music? They described the scene. They didn't have a clue what music they wanted. No. They tried quite a few artists, and then they trialed it with mostly children, and got them to vote. And we got the gig, as it were. I remember we were up against Basement Jaxx, was one of the other famous the names on the roster. So I was surprised we got that one. But we were on dubstep very early at the time, so well, should I say my manager was, and then the artist, he got to work with me, just basically used a template we'd already started. Yeah. Love to hear the song with your voice sample. Yeah, me too. Well, I wouldn't love to. It's like anything else. You don't. If you're not an actual performer or singer, which I am not, you don't. You know, it's quite awkward hearing your own voice on recording. I don't know if I'll ever be comfortable with it, but apparently I've actually been offered. Another Instagram message I got was someone saying, "I hear you do voice work. I hear you do voice work. Would you be interested in voicing a trailer for my new plugin? I was like, what? I think you might have misheard me say I do ghost work. not voice work, but you know, never say never. So I might be doing a plugin trailer, apparently. Depends on the plugin, I suppose. Heard some Basement Jacks at a wedding for the first time in years. Hey, it's good stuff. They had some great tracks. Used to do that job in the early 2000s. It can be a pain in the ass, pitter. Corporate clients, endless tweaks. Yeah, that's the that's a hard one. We in most of my current contracts there is a tweak limit number, depending on the price, obviously. If they're only going to give you a couple of £100, a couple of $100 for a session, then it's like one tweak max. Otherwise, they'll milk that forever. So, yeah, you got to be very careful on those type of contracts. Gravity, could you make a video about what chord progressions and or sounds work with different EDM genres? Yeah, that's a good question. It sounds a lot more obvious on paper than it actually is. So here's the problem when you have my ears, and you can hear everything pretty fast, especially the obvious stuff. Nothing super jazzy, which usually takes me a couple more listens. What you recognize is there are no specific chords to genres usually. Music theory is actually very universal across almost everything. The fundamentals of music theory apply to classical, pop, house, techno. It's quite universal. There are obviously traits. The problem I've got is because I absorb so much every day, every minute, it's hard to observe those traits unless I sit down specifically for a few weeks at a time, just absorbing one genre. And because of my job, writing for other people in different genres, that's hard to do. So I will do something on that because it is a fairly common question. Obviously, garage, house, samples, as we were talking about earlier with this progression, it samples a lot from R&B, soul. So they do tend to have more kind of chord extensions, that kind of thing. Like I say, I'll have. It's a tough one because I also don't want to give the people the impression that there's rights and wrongs. And the other problem is with AI completely saturating the output of music right now. I also don't want to encourage sounding normal too much, if that makes sense. I understand obviously why people want to learn from what they love, because that's exactly what I do. I encourage that all the time. If you can figure out what you love and then take from it what you will, I just have to put that caveat in there that, try not too much to sound like other things right now, because AI is very good at sounding like other things. And what we need right now is a bit more weird if you're going to stand out, because we don't have a content problem anymore. We have an attention problem, obviously. Thank you, Siebes, for the 10. And we've got Gravity Alert. Thank you, Gravity. Yeah, thank you. What are you saying, Seeps? I wanted the number 1 XP hat back. You'll have to give me the reference on that one. Number 1 XP. Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure. That one's gone over my head, I'm afraid. Just reading up on, catching up on chats. Finn, how would you go about making a track like Sweely Out All Day? Or Sweely, where did you get that stuff? Okay, let's have a look. I don't think I know what Sweely is. So good to know. New stuff. Or do I know this? Let's bring up the second one as well, see if we can figure out an average. What genre are we in? Out all day. Here we go. Let's listen. The first thing you do is sample the Gap Band drums. Blap, 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 blap. Very famous, Phil. Okay, 70s synth funk. So this is oh, okay, vocoder, disco with vocoder. Very 70s, isn't it? Okay. Listen to the other one. See what else is common. Is it all 70s or is it? What's the brand here? Oh, okay, we got an 808. So that's not disco. What? Why is only one of the snares really sharp? Well, I'm struggling to find the commonality between those two tracks so far.
What do you mean?
I'd be interested to know what this sounds like out live. My experience with 808 kicks in this frequency range is not good. Okay, we've got a bit of jazz going on. Chords wise, this is all just 145. That's not. I don't know what chord that is. It sounds like major 6, minor key.
What do you mean?
Just moving forward.
Okay. Where'd you get that stuff?
Well, other than the fact I'm making a massive presumption there. Other than the fact that they like kind of swooshy sound effects, I've not got any commonalities between those two at all. Oh, it's on the chat you're messing about. Okay. All good, Siebes. You do you. Mess about. Go for it. Stay weird, people. Good. Yes. Obviously, I know how to. I could tell you how to go about making those two individual tracks. I'm more intrigued about why the same artist is putting out those two things. What do you know what do you know Sweely as in terms of like it was Finn, wasn't it? What do you say Sweely is, Finn, in terms of as a genre? What pocket does that sit in? EDM jazz, Peter says. I do intend on launching a course, 1 decade pool. Yeah, I wish it's a time management thing. It feels like I would have to stop the YouTube videos to get the course done, and I don't really want to do that. I'm hoping to work up to a certain point where I can employ a small team, where I can free myself up to do the course. The problem is the eternal paradox of being the self-employed. When it's a knowledge-based brand like mine, it's really hard to delegate to a team when all of the tutorials come from my head and my specific experience, because it's not. I would spend longer teaching that to someone than just to output the tutorial. So, yeah, I'm hoping to get someone who probably helps me kind of do the scripts. Maybe I don't actually spend that long on video editing, as you can probably tell. It's not even the editing that's a problem, but maybe a video editor, maybe a script person, like someone who could help me, arrange the script, as it were. Something a bit more concise, maybe. Maybe a shorts editor would probably help. Yeah, don't know, but I've still not figured out what the team is really. But I need to find some time somewhere. So this is called minimal. This is minimal. Sounds very busy. It's not the minimal house. It's not row minimal then, is it? Which is like really minimal. Speaking of minimal, I was actually was it the 50th birthday of Steve Reich's masterpiece, 18 music for 18 musicians, it's called. Steve Reich I credit as one of the earliest samplers. He was sampling in the 60s on tape, long before, the conventions of MPCs and things like that. And certainly before the law caught up. Speaking about interesting, like doing weird stuff. Yeah, so he's known as a minimal composer. I really want to do a tribute to his piece called Music for 18 Musicians, which is 50 this year. I want to do like a dance version of it. It's basically a track that takes an hour to slowly evolve over, I think it's 11 chords is all it is. It's a beautiful way of meditating, put it that way. Really love to make an electronic version of it in some capacity. So this is classed as minimal, is it? Well, that's just a disco piece. I mean, I don't know what to say. It's classic disco. It's sampling a Gap Band disco drum beat. I don't know about the. Is the backing a sample? Let's just double check, because it sounds classic. Not necessarily in terms of recording quality. Who sampled says I'm blocked. What? Have I used Who Sampled too much and now it's blocked me? What? Look at this. Help. What's this about? Is that a Chrome problem? Can we try on Firefox? Oh, all the notifications are coming through now. Oh, I can get them on Firefox. How weird. Sweely. Let's see what's up on Who Sampled. Okay. So if the stream cuts off, it's because my CPU just went through the roof. I can hear the fan going on my little mini PC. Doesn't like two browsers being open at once, apparently. So out all day, Sweely. Anything on Who Sampled for this? No, it's not listed. Okay. It could just be a splice thing. But this is fully diatonic. This isn't very jazzy, meaning it just sticks to one scale. It's just called 1, 7, and 1, 6, and 7. Rhodes, you got palm muted guitar parts, walking bass as we call it, disco drums. Synths over the tops, kind of 70s vibe synths. Very simple square pluck lead here. The vocal effects of vocoder. I've actually just gone over it in my last video, what a vocoder does. As for this, 808s on exclusively on the kit, pretty much. Those waveforms doing all the that's all pulse width squeezed squares. Actually went into that in my last video as well. Well, I might as well just show, just to demonstrate what I'm talking about. So you've got the visual. A pulse width modulated square is that when the pulse is narrow. That's what the lead sound is made up of. Lots of just noises. You can make those yourself really easy. You just send this kind of envelope to a sine wave pitch, and off you go. trying to figure out what the bass is doing. It's an absolute nonsense down there, isn't it? And what are the chords? It's 145 minor. Couldn't tell you what the sound is. It's not an obvious waveform. There's an octave in there. I think it sounds frequency modulation synth, FM. that chord. That's a nice chord. That last one.
Okay.
Oh, the bass is also pulse width squeezed, just filtered. Yeah.
Where'd you get that stuff? What do you mean?
Oh, don't forget your vibrato, pitch wobble. That means you have to send this LFO to pitch. What key are we in? Send a bit of that wobble over there. Maybe filter it a tad. Where's my was it C sharp? D. Oh no. Oh, it's in between. Oh, okay, it's being awkward. So we're in between C sharp and D, which either means the record has been sped up or all the instruments have been tuned to some kind of. Lots of short notes to get you. Lots of octaves to get you a little. That's how a there's an instrument called a clavichord. A good clav player would play very much like this. It's a bit like DJ scratching. You have lots of little lots of well, it's actually more like guitar playing. You have lots of kind of nothing notes just played really short down here, and then you know. Interrupting your main melody with little bits of scratching down there. I'm intrigued by the. What is that sound? Is it? It's about D minor-ish. Like I said, it sounds FME, so. Oh, that's why. I'm doing the wrong. Oh, it's not 4 and 5, it's 3 and 4. It was chord 6, yeah. 1, 3, 4. Yeah, chord 6. What's that one? Oh no, sorry, inversion. Chord. That technically be a chord. Yeah, major. Major 3. Sorry. It's got the 6 in it. Sorry, it's not. Yeah. I'm more. There's not really much point me going into the details of how to make it because Well, if you like Sweely, then it's got nothing to do with each of the individual tracks, is it? It's like I guarantee a lot of this is samples, unless he's a player. They are a player. In which case, the way I would go about making Sweely type tracks is get keyboard lessons, because it's very player type stuff. It's not, if you're not a player, it's not going to be emulatable by, well, not in any quick capacity by programming notes like I would show you on a tutorial. It's not, we'd have to go into kind of playing techniques and emulating those with programming, which is possible, but it's probably just quicker to, at that point, it's quicker to pick up a controller, a keyboard controller or a pad controller and start trying to play in live. You can obviously learn your chords. But yeah, again, I don't know what chords I would recommend because the two tracks are so different. One's diatonic, one is not. I suppose the only thing is they're both kind of funky. Yeah, I'm not sure what to advise on a Sweely sound without really a proper deep dive on where the hell his mind is. Because if someone came to me with that brand as like if I was acting in a consultant capacity, which I do sometimes, I would say bad idea. I'm just about to rebrand myself because my own Spotify page is because of the nature of my thing about teaching music fundamentals in all kinds of genres. My Spotify page is a mess of different things. If you were a casual music fan, not a fan of the actual production side, and you saw my Spotify page, you would not have a clue what I am or what I do. It's too all over the place. And that would be my, I would say that would be Sweely's problem in terms of a brand. How are they doing for numbers? Let me check those. Are they big? I take it they're on the live circuit. So that one's got 3.7 thousand views. And that one's got, that one's got 65K 5 years ago. Yeah, so it's obvious. It's what I would call chin stroker, underground niche. Fine if you've got a beard. Oh, I'm way behind on the donations. Thank you, Bradley. Love the vids, so good. Many thanks. Okay, thank you very much. Siebes again. Get a Discord together. You will help. Red Cook and me have offered for free. Okay. Yeah, the Discord is practically made. It just, I kind of gave up at the point I had to start adding moderation bots. Also, Discord's in a lot of trouble right now because of the CP problem, right? I'm not sure I want that on my channel or to be associated with that. I'm not sure Discord. Do people still go? Are you guys still hanging around on Discord forums? Is this still the done thing? Because I don't anymore. For music or gaming or any of my hobbies, which is music and gaming. But let's put this to the vote. Who hangs around on Discords? Because I've seen lots of videos exploring alternatives to Discord recently because it's apparently it's got very bad for all kinds of reasons, obviously. Did Subspace Jetwitch donate? Have I missed one from her? Really? Oh, no. No, that was weird. I really need to set up some kind of let me check on nope. I've just sorted by all super chats, and there's no. I didn't see a subspace jet. Which one there? Hello, by the way. Oh, on Ko-fi. Sorry, right? Yeah, that won't come up on. I'm behind on the Ko-fi. Sorry. I've had so many messages across Insta and Ko-fi. I'm. It's getting to that point where. Yeah, I might have to stop replying to everyone because I do try my best to answer absolutely everyone. But I looked in my Instagram requests, which is when someone sends you the first message before you accept, and the request folder was like 30 odd messages full. So I was and some of them were nearly 4 weeks old because it had taken me so long to get back around to checking my Instagram because I was so overwhelmed with email and YouTube. Thank you, Subspace Jetwitch. I will reply over there very, very soon. So DJ is not DJ. The thing is, I use DJ. I do use Discord as a means of video call. Like, it's actually very good quality audio for free as like a Skype type alternative. Skype's such an old reference now, isn't it? Zoom alternative is much better quality than Zoom. Well, for free. No time limit, obviously. I use it in that capacity. I do not use it anymore for forums and things like that. All the kids still hang in Discord. Do they? It wasn't the UK government. I don't watch TV, Subspace Jetwitch. It wasn't a UK government thing that I was responding to regarding that problem. I don't follow what I call Facebook conspiracy theories. It was a gaming thing. I was gaming news. I was responding. I was actually referring to, not responding to, referring to. Only on production servers. So it's probably fine if you're not in the gaming space full of basement weebs. Or whatever. I need to be careful with my pejoratives. I'm technically a basement weeb sometimes. Can you slow the chat so people... you can do, but... I mean, I don't think I actually get that enough numbers to warrant slowing the chat down yet. Not on the live streams. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the team is inevitable. The problem is there's going to be this transition period where the channel is too big to handle without a team, but it's not big enough to pay anyone. That's the horrible truth of it right now. I mean, like I say, I'm not really doing it for the money. It's nice to have your time compensated, obviously. But YouTube doesn't pay like practically anything. So unless the team itself was massively impactful in terms of what new revenue came in, I wouldn't be able to pay anyone. So it would take almost triple, quadruple what the channel is now to afford to pay one person at what I would consider a decent rate. So I know you've offered for free, but it's still, it's not something I can rely on. Obviously, is it? In terms of moderation volunteers, that's fine. In terms of just growing the channel in general, I mean, did we peak at 200? That's all right, isn't it? I actually have no idea what would to way of finding out what my record would be on a live stream. The problem still remains, though. I wouldn't be around if I'm already dealing with YouTube, Insta, and email, and I'm behind on those right now. Adding Discord to that, obviously, it gives you guys a place to commune and chat, hang out, but I'm still not fully, happy with the fact that I wouldn't be able to be there most of the time. And I mean most of the time. Obviously, eventually I want a website where I can put sounds and packs on. So wouldn't that just be the forum? Really? Or would we just be better starting a slash Bthelick on Reddit? What's the advantages of the Discord? PH, yeah, I can absolutely do a classic Trans 3 remake sometime. I'm still I can't remember what the reference was. A few months back, someone gave me, was it you, Subspace Jetwitch, who gave me some earlier trance, which was based on a really, really long classical chord progression. I still really want to make some stuff like that. Back in the days when you could get away with a 4-minute break. Really send everyone to space. So Subspace pretty much only uses Discord. Okay. That's the only form of social media. Probably healthy. Is it healthier? I'm not sure. Probably. Cook doesn't use Discord or Reddit, so can't advise. Went over this on a recent live stream. What's oh, sorry, you're talking to I Am Music. I didn't find the original question. I found the end of their discussion. Skewed bass sounds bassy until I check it in the car. Is this a mixing problem? Oh, I found the original question. Any advice on those Sennheiser HD spectrum wise? Ain't got the luxury of proper speakers. Yeah, I love Sennheisers, but they're just, well, the HD 25s are, because which ones are you on? Are you talking about HD 600s, 650s, or are you talking about the DJ side of things? If you've got a bass problem, well, I would just probably reference more. If you're struggling to hear super low, I would go to this website, Auto EQ. This is a good way to start. If you're stuck on headphones, put your model in here. See what else I've got for. You might need to spell it out. Please tell me you're not on HD 201s. I've got Mark 1s. What you can do is say I have a go to custom parametric EQ, make it 8 bands like that, 2 shelves, 6 peaking, and then we go well, try leave the bass boost at kind of nothing. What you could do is basically get it for any EQ. You don't have to grab an actual text file of this. For any EQ, you can just get the correction curve for your headphones towards something called the Harman curve, which is, the Harman curve isn't the be all and end all of the perfect curves of anything, but it gives you you can type these into any EQ, basically, as many bands as you've got, and it will help correct your headphones towards something called the Harman curve, which should help you hear things. Well, whether it's better or worse actually doesn't matter. What it does do is give you a second pair of speakers virtually to audition stuff on, which is infinitely more helpful. Also, I mean, you could get any number of headphone monitoring plugins as well. Lewitt Audio do a good one. Slate obviously have one. Only you have to buy the headphones for the Slate one. Who else does one? Tone Boosters. Hornet do a really cheap one. VHS, I think it's called. Just something to give you a second way of checking, or second and third ways of checking. And more importantly, reference. You're probably just not referencing enough. Yeah, HD 25s. I find, HD 25s are, the bass peak is kind of, it's a bit high, isn't it? It's like, it feels like it's up near 70-ish. I couldn't tell you without checking, but they're extremely good at highlighting whether your track's too muddy without highlighting subs with, like, what I call, you'll hear me talk about it on lots of videos. The club toilet test. Just listen, say below 80 on its own. unless you're highlighting down there, it's actually quite hard on HDs to 25s to really dial in your subs. I'm not going to pretend it's easy, but they're not the worst. They are capable. They're not, they do go down there. They just they kind of seem to peak a bit higher, which masks the octave underneath that a little bit. So you have to concentrate down there. But again, do it versus a reference always. Several references, in fact. And if you go into reference, make sure you're referencing stuff in the same key, or at least one key either side maximum, so your frequencies aren't that different down there. Yeah, and as Connor says, span. There's nothing, if you're struggling down there, there's nothing wrong using good metering. Span is perfectly capable. If you put it in a higher block size and higher response time, it's not the fastest, still the better. I've tried so many spectrum analyzers now. This is still the best one I've found. Someone told me to try Prism by TDR. It's not bad. Just there's obviously lots of but you can't really go too deep into timings and things. But yeah, you're just literally trying to get you need to separate your sub control and your kick, and you're trying to really match them up in terms of you want to check both peak and average levels if you can, which is max versus, well, this span calls them real-time max and real-time average. Some analyzers call them peak and RMS. RMS is the average, root mean squared. You got to utilize everything you possibly can. Yeah, it's hard. It's really hard to advise these days because I've done it for so long. I make a lot of decisions automatically, and obviously I really know. I've had these headphones for what, 20 years, probably. So I just know them like the back of my hand. So. But yeah, they're capable. Don't worry about the actual gear. It's an ear training thing through and through. But yeah, use all the tools you possibly can to help. Highlight the lows. Try the Harman correction curve. Make sure you actually, you know what? I just realized I downloaded. What's it called? There was a free plugin on Bedroom Producers blog the other week, which I've still not tried. Crossfeed, that's it. I don't know what it does. I presume it's just to help you get over the binaural thing of headphones, which is basically like the rack I made. This is all the metering. That's just metering stuff. Not sure what any of that is. I'm going to have to look at the what we got here. Proprietary filters, dynamics, and convolution engines, all tailored to your hearing. Oh, am I supposed to do? Oh, maybe it's HRTF thing. I'm supposed to get my ear impulse responses calibrated or something. Right. Okay. It might not just be a plugin for. Okay. I think you have to do the hearing test and then, okay, doesn't matter. Ignore that plugin for now. It's not what I thought it was going to be. I thought it'd be a nice free, what is the free one? Is it ISO? Yeah. Tone Booster's ISO. This is old now, but this is another speaker simulator for headphones. I don't want a TR60 with 0.3 Gbs. It's not bad, that. And we've got yeah, there's just normal crossfeeds. Presets for people with small heads and ears. Average Joe. Flat panel TV. Maybe an old one. There's actually half decent bottom end on some TVs now. Oh, I suppose the ones with the sound bar. Anyway. Again, just this is a freebie. This is old though. That you'll find this. This is Tone Booster's ISO 1, sorry, IS1 demo. It's a freebie. Why is it in demo mode? Laptop. Jeebus. Not a modern laptop. Again, pretty old. Crappy speakers. But anything like that, obviously not that particular preset, but anything that helps you, if you saw my reference video, you'll know your ears adjust after only 20 minutes. It can be. They adjust in 20 minutes to your environment. So if you go for 20 minutes without changing your environment, without changing your listening setup, without changing to a reference, without swapping it up, basically, you're going to struggle because your ears just normalize to whatever's playing back. So if you're in that horrible phase in the middle of making a track when you're on the loop, and you don't keep referencing and you don't keep swapping your environment, always going to be a problem. Doesn't matter who you are. Swift bought Arc 4 off Amazon, did the measurements, sent it back, got my money back after and still have the curves. Good plan. I like it. Amazon do not care about returns, so yeah. I already have a measurement microphone, so I can. I managed to get the. Is Arc the IK Multimedia one? I managed to get their software for like $1 in that sale when they gave away 50 plugins for $50. So I already have a reference mic, so yeah, low end is always tough at the beginning. You're correct, Connor. Especially when everyone thinks you need to use things like R-Bass or special tricks like Pultec, and there's so much bad advice out there. You can literally get pro bass with just a sine wave and a good sidechain and a good kick, as long as you're referencing it across something good. DVR, yeah, that was. Didn't they give away all that for free? That all became free, didn't it? The Deer plugins. I'm sure they used to have something to do with Sennheiser, actually. That branch of. Anyway, One of the German headphone manufacturers, I'm sure, had something to do with the Deer plugins. You've just reminded me, I'm sure they became free. They were all surround soundy headphone things, weren't they? Dear Reality, that's it. Bedroom Producers blog. Dear Reality are giving away all their plugins for free. I know they do a lot of virtual space stuff. Do they do an actual specific headphone helper? Spatial audio, reverb. Is that convolution engine? Excuse me. Need to take a drink. Spatializer, ambisonics. Not sure if they do headphone correction. Unless it's the mix, maybe. Oh. That might be... there we go, yeah, virtual mix room. Head rotation. That might be worth a look. They're all free now. Again, they're quite old, but doesn't really matter if they do the job. Hey, there we go. It was Sennheiser. You have to sign in. Okay, right. Well, I won't do that now, but in fact, I will leave that as a I'm going to put that in my plugin to do folder. Over there. Move that to... Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, good shouts. Such an ugly plugin. That doesn't matter. Hey, you're talking to the king of freeware here. I'm used to a bad UI. But luckily I have the ear training to tell when they're okay. I can hear past a bad UI, and trust me, I've seen a lot of them. Does anyone else here deal with a lot of synths whose peaks are not the transients? Yeah, that happens. From the constructive interference, usually of detuned stuff, right? Or stuff on not random rotation, but well, either random rotation or constant rotation. It really messes up dynamics processors. Been there for sure, especially basses. Oh yeah, there's your follow-up. Yeah, about super saws. Yeah, it comes from the tuning constructive. Well, it just lines up at certain points. Yeah, depending on the detune versus the note played, you will get the odd mode that stacks. very, very much like a room mode. Something to line up to become unnecessarily peaky. As for what to do about it, though, increase the amount of randomization. It's not an easy. I don't really. Is it actually a problem in? I'm trying to think of the last time it really caused me an issue. It's always bass for me, detuned bass. One note stacks. Yeah. The last track it happened to me on was, luckily it was only a 1-bar rotating riff. I mean, it had a turnaround, but I just automated the detune on it was one note. So I just automated the detune on one note. That's how I ended up dealing with it. You've been referencing for centuries. Oh, well, there you go. Your bottom end should be solved then, right? I am music. Have you been referencing stuff in the same key, though? That's what I would ask. People forget that's really important for low end. What do I think of Pro Q, Nicholas? Yeah, I don't personally use it because I didn't need an EQ problem solving by the time FabFilter stuff came out, so I've just never needed it. But yeah, I totally understand why people use it. The UI is definitely the selling point. Yeah, it's just fast to use. It's just they just iterate every time on fast workflow usability. Obviously, it's got all the sound options in it. I don't like saying an EQ sounds great because unless it's a character EQ, like a some kind of analog modeling thing, EQ is just EQ to me. It's a problem solver. So I'm not going to say it sounds great. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. Doesn't all EQs of that nature sound great, fine, and that has more options than any other. I mean, it's an infinite better sell than the only equivalent that does all of that that's free is ZL EQ2. Same idea, click in, shelf on that side, shelf on that side, peaks in the middle, yada, yada, yada. You've got every single possible shape, type, minimum phase, variable filter, parallel, match, zero phase. But this UI is it's a bit of a nightmare. So yeah, if you've got the cash, I do recommend Pro EQ, but it depends on how often you have to do that kind of work. I just have really surgical EQ is so rare for me these days. I just don't need anything like that. Ableton's built-in EQ is absolutely fine and fantastic. I can do everything I need with it apart from linear phase, minimum zero phase. So at which point I'll just grab the zero for those very, very, very few occasions, or the ZL splitter for for the high pass, something like that. But yeah, absolutely. I really should be a more of an advocate of the Pro EQ, because I'm very much about getting stuff done fast, but I'm also very much about getting stuff done cheap. Oh yes, Connor. We never stop learning. None of us. Yeah, Siebes, have you got my? I know Cook has. Have you got my email? And we could discuss what the we can start the discussion on what the or maybe I'll do it as a community tab post, actually, and we can just start the discussion on what the Discord looks like if we're going to do it. Like what kind of areas and sections you want in there, and how we moderate uploads, etc. Yeah, Pro Q4 has built-in saturation now as well. Yeah. And of course, you've got Dan Worrell on tutorials. So if you're talking about learning stuff, there's the man right there. I've not tried the SSL plugins, Connor. No. Not after they really embarrassed themselves with what was the I think Whitesea embarrassed called them out for which plugin was it? The distortion. Sure, it's just called something drive. Is it one of those? That looks familiar. It's based on I think it was the Fusion. That was fundamentally broken when it launched, and they tried to deny it. I can't remember what the problem was now, but it claimed to. I think the left and right just were completely skewed, or something really basic about a plugin, and they said there was nothing wrong with it. And then the first time they brought out their SSL, that's a UAD one, isn't it? No, the first time they brought out their own SSL channel of the E strip from the 80s console, it was just a digital EQ. There was no analog model in it whatsoever. Absolutely no non-linearities, and they claimed it was a completely accurate model. So it's a bit like Harrison in that sense, that they claimed one thing, they got proven otherwise, and then they tried to deny it, and I've just not trusted them ever since. So I've not. That was years and years ago. Was it the X-Saturator? No, that's new, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it was the Fusion. Anyway, it's based on one of their older racks, and it behaved absolutely nothing like the real thing because it was fundamentally broken. And then the follow-up, the channel strip was absolute fraud. It was like Harrison. It was just a digital EQ, and they claimed it was analog, and it was it had no analog model in it whatsoever, and they denied it. I'm not sure if they've updated anything since. Put it this way, the old UAD one had more circuit modeling in the SSL's own version did, which I thought was ridiculous because the UAD have had that for ages now. I know they updated it with a new preamp model, but yeah. So I just never trusted them, so I've never tried them. After that was all shown up the first time they tried to release their own plugins. You'd think they'd be better at their own hardware than anyone else, but they failed right out the block, so I'm not sure. I don't know if they do demos. Obviously, give them a try. It was funny actually when I downloaded the IK. I got all those IK multimedia plugins for practically no money. Obviously they've got the usual stuff in there. They've got their model of the 1073 and they've got the API and I thought they sounded okay. But then, what was it? When I launched this one, it just sounded really... The dynamics section was okay, to be fair. But the EQ just sounded completely average, underwhelming, no character. And there's a white channel as well, which is... the other equivalent of this. I'm not sure, can't remember which. It's black knob, brown knob. If you know about SSLs, there's two iterations of the called the black knob and brown knob editions of the EQ. Anyway, these were both utterly underwhelming to me. I didn't understand why, because these had some character. These had preamp modeling. You could drive them. You could. I couldn't do anything with these, and you could just hear it in the EQ. It's very... So I checked them in Plugin Doctor, and the British channel and the white channel were completely linear, just like SSLs. And I actually wondered if... Because, IK Multimedia aren't known as, like, one of the best modeling companies. So I actually pondered if they'd done it on a budget, and the way they modeled the SSL EQ was to download SSL's plugins. And they actually ended up modeling the digital one that had no non-linearities whatsoever. And that's what they went with for the model. That's all I can surmise anyway, but I just thought it was kind of funny that SSL released one with no modeling in it, and then IK did a model that also doesn't. I'm like, what? Who are these people going around thinking SSL is linear? I know they're very clean desks. All of the expensive desks are very clean in normal operating range. But you should be able to push them. If this is all talking about 1% flavor analog nonsense that doesn't really apply to electronic music these days. But I don't utilize it that much in electronic music. Put it that way. So if you're feeling FOMO or disappointed with any particular purchase you've made, don't worry about it. It actually doesn't make a difference in the real world. But I just thought that was funny. I don't know if anyone else had that experience. Let's get off the engineering thing. Engineering nerdery, chin stroking. Am I going to make a song? You have a star request. Okay, hit me. Hit me. Hello Kissy Netherlands official channel. Is it official? A track like... All right, okay. A track like Junior Sousa Buogo. How do we say that? Buogo? Bugo? I am all ears. Let's have a listen. Oh, okay. Techie. I think a few of you in my chat. Is this the bass they called the slow down saw bass or something? I was like, what the hell is a slow down saw bass? And then every track people referenced had this kind of what I'd call super cut off. Super cut off. Basically extended sub, isn't it? It's like, actually, I do have a tip on how to make these. Okay. Okay. Was that the build? That is now very underground. This is for when you want to warm them up but not get them too excited, right? Well, the arrangement's simple. More cowbell, baby. I like the percussion fill. Okay. Yeah, I get the idea. Let's grab it and bring it in. The thing with these types of tracks, well, I would call this a warm up set. I don't know if you agree. Only because I'm used to the full range of stuff. If this is like hot as your set gets, then fair enough. But the hardest part for me with, what do you want to call this, like business tech? I think I've heard it called. The hardest part for me is like the details, because you can get your loop together in a few minutes. It's all of the little fills, sounds, details, Your transitions are easy because they're just DJ transitions, just high pass, maybe a bit of smudge. Obviously, finding a cool vocal is always hard. Not that one was particularly stellar, but yeah, because I wouldn't even call it Latin house, because it's not really. It's not tribal house, is it? It's not all the way leaning towards. It's not percussion led. It's percussion details, accents, fills. Alpha, I kind of agree or disagree. Pulse wave for bass is depends what you're doing, because pulse wave is missing the first harmonic, right? So it's good for avoiding the, if you've got that mud problem and you're not using a separate sine bass and you're going to rely purely on like a, I love pulse basses in rave because obviously that's, everyone used them and that's kind of the nostalgia sound. Sometimes I just add a sine wave an octave up to get that first harmonic into a pulse bass if I need it, because obviously nothing else sounds like a pulse bass in terms of character. Depends how far under the filter it is, but if it's too far under a filter, I think you lose too much with the pulse. You have to go saw or you could always pulse width modulate pulse to get your harmonics back. But a pure pulse, missing that first harmonic, can be a problem. Can also be a benefit. Depends on how muddy your track is. So yeah, it's not an absolute go-to for me. Pulse on bass. Pulse with pulse width modulation is would be my impression of Weird's noise right there. Is that supposed to be like bass face as an onomatopoeia? Or is it pejorative? Is it not good or is it good? What does mean? Right, okay. Is anyone following any of this? Right, let's get rid of... I'm going to keep those chords. I always need my piano reference. It's a good thing. Right, okay, yeah. So it's... or something. Obviously, vocal chops are easy. I love vocal chops. Great way of getting a second hook out of a terrible line. Done that many a times. What we're dealing with tempo-wise. Let's have a look. Who from England is in the Luke, not look camp? Whoops. Okay. Oh, so we're at 130. Okay. It sounded slower than that. I was going to go 127, 128. The more you know. 130. I suppose that makes sense if it's fairly recent. Is it fairly recent? I didn't check. 1 year ago. Okay, yeah. Well, the upload to YouTube was 1 year ago. What am I doing here? Pressing the wrong buttons. Have I got anything on? Right, good. Checking. So the high pass is on the actual track. Just put this back to normal settings for now. Okay. Run all races and culture. Well, it's fairly percussion led, isn't it? I'm thinking about what's the set? I mean, obviously we got the so by the way, just a quick tip on the bass. Is a really easy way of getting that sound in I think you can do it in Serum as well, but in Vital, the low pass mode on the actual on the wave distortion itself, not a low pass filter. People think this is a filter, but if you look at what it actually does, it's not the same as a low pass. I'll just make a long note here. And it's very useful for this kind of thing. Because to me, the reason I'm going this direction, by the way, is that type of bass sounds like, obviously, a filtered saw. But if you try and actually make that bass with a filtered saw, you end up with too many upper harmonics. So it's either an extremely steep filter, which probably won't be, unless you've got a synth which can do above a 48 decibel per octave filter, which most don't. You can put, obviously, two 24s in series. But, so we're in F, are we? That was a guess. If you look at what this actually does, let me get the span out. Oh, we need to do this. Can I put you on top? No, okay, doesn't matter. But yeah, if you look at how this is not a normal filter. It's actually a harmonic cap. It's turning on and off individual harmonics, which is not what you get with a filter, because filters obviously this is just an EQ, right? So even if you put it on something steep, you can see the curve. If you try to get that sound down here, you still end up with all this. Whereas what I'm hearing out of records like that is more like nearer there. Maybe with a bit of tail off, but so that mode is actually extremely useful for these kind of sounds, and I'm probably going to use it for probably less actually. That's that major third I don't like. We'll probably somewhere around there. And then the lines are very there's some glide in there, isn't there? So we're going to put it in monophonic mode. And then let's so we've only really got small amount of syncopation. Oh, well, I'll show you how that line is written, and then let's discuss what's essential about it, shall we? So it's an octave. First one syncopated. What the hell is that? That's a 4. What goes up to it? And it's we go to 7. Dude, oh, yes, that. It's not sure what, because this is sidechained. I can't actually hear what that note is. That's 5. Short one. Oh, and the second time it's not an octave. So it's something like we need to take the click off the end and the beginning. Whoops. Take the and we need some glide, so we're just going to put it on always glide. Oh no, we're not. No, we're not. No, we're not. We need to put it on legato mode. So that means these notes need to overlap, or else they won't glide. I'm pretty sure all of these were gliding like that. Something like that. We'll get it under the sidechain and a kick in a minute. But that's the idea, the general. So what's essential about the line? I mean, this is just classic disco, syncopated octave, bendy sub, kind of. I think the general bending around is kind of important to the. I don't think the notes actually matter that much. It's not really a melody. It's more of just the bendy vibe is important. Obviously, the tone is helping with that. It's essentially a 1-bar loop, which, short loop's good for tech. Tiny variation, extremely tiny variation, stops it being a true 1-bar loop. Therefore, not super repetitive. Depends how good your line is, whether you get away with a 1-bar loop or not, because they're not easy to write. Hello, Distinctus. You caught the live stream. You're welcome. I'm late on this one, so you don't normally probably catch me at this point. Would this sort of track have the drums made first and then the bass? That's down to the artist. Yeah, I'm not sure. There's no rules on either one. Sometimes you come across the groove first and then have to fit a bass to the groove. Sometimes you have a bass line in mind and then you fit the groove to the bass. Either. I don't yeah, I mean, what we're dealing with, by the way, it's completely square. I'm not hearing any swing. So I'm just trying to think ahead as to what. I've not really discussed or thought about what's important to this groove, other than the fact that we need to be very square. I mean, to get the same vibe, we could do a swung version of this. I mean, there's some what sounds like natural percussion, which won't be. It doesn't sound chopped and rigid, so it's probably got some natural movement in it. Let me just check the sides for. Obviously, we got a bongo part, which seems to be quite active, which is what we're talking about earlier. Is it technically tribal? Extremely sharp backbeat. Yeah, the percussion is just, there's no gaps, is there? And then there's something else in there when it does. The bongos are, but then when the bongo stops for that slight moment, there's a. What is that? There's like a. Where is the? There. What is that? It's like a wood block, constant, like a side stick wood block rim shot typey thing. Yeah. So we got two overlapping constant 16th percussion parts. Hats are just doing the usual offs. Yeah, nothing. The hats aren't joining the percussion because the percussion is busy enough. We're really leaning on that 2 and 4, the backbeat. Obviously, we got the vocal chop in the background. That's neither here nor there. I mean, it's part of the hook. Kick's not super smacky. It's quite a dull, but it does have a lot of chest to it. Very short. Doesn't sound like it's even half a bar. No. Yeah, maybe up to half. It's quite weak, but I think we're seeing the bass note at the end there. Okay, so we need just some clean off hats, lots of bongos. You would get more constant bongos from a techno loop, maybe. Let's just start here. Might have to go disco actually. Percussion, loops. You see, because of the room that's in, that would be the tribal house equivalent of it because it's much bigger. We could take that, chop it up, and get rid of the reverb, and actually get something quite similar. In fact, while we're being fast, let's just grab that. Oh, the very next one was the very next one was actually right in the ballpark. So, let's just there's one. Ouch! That's a sharp shaker. That was very loud in my headphones. What is, apart from the cowbell pickup? Yeah, there's no big off. There's no big offbeat hats or anything, is there? So, actually, I might grab the other one because this doesn't have any signature. This is good for the constant pace, but it has no signature hits. If you listen to theirs, boop, 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 boop. It's got like a boop, boop, boop. There's a one of the it's not conga, bongos is got a little bit of the signature tone to it. We could do with nothing in here. Is this is too yeah, it's not, it's too chopped, so great for pace, not good for flavor. So I will take oh, where's my, I will take that other one, and we might just chop a couple out of that one, or change the gate if I slice it up, maybe. We shall see. What I am going to do right now is pop to the bathroom. 1 second. Right. Sorry about that. Right, yeah. So we need. I'm not sure we need the woodblock type things in between because. Do we need? I mean, shaker would be fine. Yeah, I'll take that shaker while it's right there. I'll just take it as an off hat. I won't take it as that rhythm. I just want the. It's in the ballpark of brightness. Might be too bright, but that's always good to start with too much. Come back to whether we're going to do a percussion drop or not. Let's just go. This clap's going to be quite interesting to. So we're not dealing with any timing. It's not late on the. It's not pulled. It's not pushed. It's very, very square on the beats. Very, very sharp. Tight. Bit of reverb. It's not. You don't hear them that tight that often. I want loops off. We're looking for one shots mostly. Let's look at claps. Again, might be a better place to look in techno, but we'll start. See, most are like this, where it's clop. It's got some build and decay to it. So we don't want any of that. This needs to be cat, like. It's got a bit of a build up. Could chop the build up off. I don't know if it's got the bite though. I'll mark it, that one. Oh. G-Tech House. That's. I could envelope that to be. That might be in the ballpark. Let's just. No, I don't want to render my track yet. I've not finished it. Let's grab that one in. Oh, I've not paid for it. That might do it. I'll let me get the kick in, and I am not going to spend forever looking for a kick. We're going to do the cheat. Let's use the fastest one for now. Come here. That's if it can give me a clean kick. We don't know yet. We do not know. Come here. We want the one at the end where there was the least going on. Just before it. What's that? Yeah, so we go high pass filter after that. There isn't really a kick without a bass on it, is there? So we're going. See, that one might be. Might be in the ballpark. It sounds okay. Give me some. I don't mind a bit of noise. Can always take it out later. That'll do. That will do. Again, certainly for speed. Bob's your mother's brother. There we go. Trigger on C3. Oh, I'm gonna have to yeah, we don't want much past half. Turn velocity off, or else it's gonna be too loud. Right, let's try this clap. With shorten this clap, and I need to. Oh, we need to put accents on that, and I just want the offbeats of this only. And that's too thick. We're definitely going to want a high pass U. In fact, let me put that into sampler. That'd be quicker. I only want. That way I can chop the beginning off manually as well. I just want this as an off hi-hat. I might add an 808 to it as well for the super sharpness. Ow! Yeah, still not there we go. That I want it nearer that without the sh at the beginning. The other question, are these too dull? Okay, we shall see. I think what we'll do with this is split into samples. Let's just slice that automatically, see what it gives us. And then we can pick a few, like on the syncopations. No, that's the classic. Let's do it for now. Kind of the boring choice, but so be it. Let's go. I might play with it later. Right, let's get. What we're going to do is clap. That's too long. And yeah, we're going to need some extra. Yeah, that loop isn't bright enough. It needs to actually have hi-hat functionality. I can already hear it. We don't have the pace. Back we go. Percussion, percussion, percussion. Loops. Could just add some shakers or something, might do the job. I mean, not awful. Well, that's got the wood blocks in it and everything. It's got some tops. I actually think I just want that. Oh no. No. I mean, I just. Now, let's see if we need to keep any of that. Or if we just replace. That's pretty good. Definitely pacey. Definitely pacey. What happens if I chop up? Where was it? I already own that anyway. What if I just tell? Because I don't want the full shaker afro vibes. I want. Let's go beat chop mode, forward only, not transient, 16s, shorten the loop. So we get that out of that instead of. Or you could obviously just put your own gate on it as well. That's just the fastest way of doing that. That gives us our. Yeah, just that upper pace. That's okay. Yeah, that really has filled out the. Okay, getting there. Oh, I don't mind it. Yeah. Okay, so it's in the ballpark for energy and pace. Could go shorter on this. Let me put this into proper sampler mode. So I've got the. No, not you. That one. I want the better envelope. You. There we go. The one with the curve in it. That kind of thing. Mono check. Lose a bit of brightness. What's going there? Is it that? Is that? That is a bit brighter in. What about the other thing? You. Are you a lot brighter in stereo? Is it just a volume thing? I'll live with it. Fine. Not going to fuss over that now. Actually, let's get the useful stuff out of the way. Right. Bass. Not even have to sidechain it. Not sounding awful, is it? I can't have bass be green though. Let's go dark orange. We've already got a red. We have to put these in a top loop folder. Delete that shaker loop that we don't use now. Everything has to go in the group. And go in tops. Right then. Do we need an extra sub on this or not? While I've got the same bass line, let me compare low ends. Obviously we're going to be peaking harder, but not bother about that right now. Yeah, we don't have the, oh hang on, what's high pass here? Yeah, so we need to push which harmonics? Why did I delete isolate? I had it on earlier. It's supposed to load my defaults. Ever since Ableton 12, it does not. Very annoying. That just sounds like it does kind of. Below 80, that's just louder. Oh, I'm pushing the kick. What am I doing? Idiots. It might have some upper. Yeah, okay. It's not just louder. It's not just louder. We have a little bit extra in the. I don't know if it's the octave or the fifth. We could push this. Could just EQ it, but where's the fun in that? Is it you? Is it the octave? Or is it? I think it's the octave. We need to do side chains, obviously. Okay, it's the second octave. It's the octave, yeah, something like that. Well, I'll judge the ones above that in a minute. Let's get some side chain in place. Yeah, I think I've messed with the other one too much. Does that need to come down to compensate? Why aren't we? Interesting. What happened there? What am I chopped off at the first? We're not that low, surely. Are we just two sine waves? No, 4, 5. There's 5 harmonics there. But why am I not hearing? Oh, you got to restart the thing. No wonder. Oh, it just takes a minute to catch up. Okay. Right, okay. Okay. I'll dial that in a minute. So not that important, actually. We're kind of already in the ballpark. Side chain, side chain, side chain, side chain. Do we just use I think because of how short the kick is, we can do compactor. We're not going to miss. I won't go full ring modulation on it though. That's not too bad. I don't think you'll hear that in the... Does it actually save enough headroom? Yeah, it's fine on default. Okay. We might need to go a bit... Is there width on that bass? Does it matter? It sounds driven, doesn't it? Let's throw some... Probably not quite right, but... Right, what else? Vocal.
Let me tell you a little story tonight. It's a story.
Oh, build sound. We need to, oh, that's just their cowbell drop, isn't it?
Let me tell you a little story tonight. It's a story way back when. When DJ took you to church, like Frankie Knuckles used to say.
I nearly reached for a Nina. Weird. Yeah. Very, both good. The thing you need to be aware of with spectral sidechain, well, for sidechaining, is it's good for clarity. It's not your complete savior for headroom, right? Because if you think about what's going on, and all of them are kind of the same. In fact, if I solo them, I'll show you what's going on. So, not too bad, but yeah, pretty good, pretty good. It's what you'll find is a lot of the time it won't really save you a headroom as much as a full band will. I mean, obviously it won't because it's not full band reducing the signal, right? But it less so than you would think as well, because it's a bit like if you think about, I know it's not doing this exactly, but if you think about trying to, let's just use an EQ as a simple example. Let's put the envelope follower on our kick drum here. Bear with the crude example. Right, so is it actually going to show this for me? Oh, it's not showing you. No. Oh, they've actually changed that in 12. In 11, it shows it. I wonder if they're trying to save on animation headroom CPU. But what I'm trying to explain is, sorry, if the basic version is the kick, I've got the kick triggering that EQ, right? And it's doing that on the kick drum. It's going to get, if you imagine 2000 EQ bands essentially dancing. I know it's not exactly that. That's not how spectral processing works, but the issue is still similar. If you imagine EQs dipping the right frequencies in real time, you're still going to end up with all of the artifacts of a filter, or some of the artifacts of a filter. So what you gain in headroom from the volume loss, which again isn't as much as single band, you're going to lose some of those gains in the artifacts from the phase shift of the filters and things like that. So again, depends on the sound, depends on timings and all that kind of stuff. It's a great way of cleaning up a signal in general if you need to cut something through. You can use both if you're struggling for clarity. But in terms of pure headroom, it's single band all the way, really. It depends how much headroom you need, how much you're pushing for, lots of sub, lots of level. But yeah, normal compressor will do the job, though, by the way. For anyone just wondering, there's no magic in there. As long as we put us on peak. Barely anything in it. But yeah, I'll just leave it on there. But yeah, I've been liking Anina for all kinds of uses. Basically, it's now the fully free equivalent to Track Spacer, and because you've got the Delta modes, as Ewan shows on his channel, you could do all kinds of vocoder type wonderful things. I nearly included Anina in my last video talking about talking basses, because you can get this to do that kind of thing as well, just like a vocoder. You can force another sound through this spectrum and then imprint it onto your audio. Put it in Delta mode and you'll hear the difference. Good. Yeah, great plugin. Just not necessary right now, I think. Right, okay. What would we do for... Oh, I need to come up with a bass line. So, before we get into details, let's actually make a track that's slightly our own. Should we go slightly deeper? E flat, maybe. I want to do the bendy thing early. And then we'll put the syncopation later, maybe. So how about a need to be able to hear the end of it. E might be too low for this kick drum, actually. We'll find out. Doesn't really matter. Let's put a weird one in. I do like a flat 5, being a metal guy. What would be our syncopation? That maybe might be. No. What's F sharp sound like? That's all right. Yeah. Need to overlap these. Not bendy enough. Okay. I think your only other decisions, apart from the numerous details, noises, what vocal you're going to use. Actually, do we want spoken word vocal, or do we want to find a? Let's see what's available. Again, let's stay in house for now. Could always type gospel in or something.
125, man, I move with the friction. Hey, arse with, hey, earbuds flying, can't stop this mission. Hey, arse with, clockwise, footwork mad like I'm dancing with tension. Hey, arse with, hey, word in my mirrors are blurred at dimension. Hey, arse with,
It's not bad.
Tengo la mente haciendo tic tac, tic tac, tic tac, tic tac, tic tac, tic tac, tac.
Yo,
Anyone speak Portuguese, Spanish?
Tengo la mente haciendo
Not sure which one.
yo, I bring the vibe and check. This
1, 2, 3, rosa, tú sí sabes lo que es. 1, 2, 3, rosa.
All these are pretty good for this kind of groove, actually. Because they're all square.
Free, you
I know it's not like the reference, but
ta cabrón, ta cabrón, ta cabrón, ta cabrón.
what is a cabron? Do things.
It's not just music.
That Mark Knight bench, yeah. So I've had that 1,000.
old school flow with a
I saw your eyes in the
No, we're not going
old
that
school
one.
flow with a new school flex.
bounce to this.
Good for a break. I already used that one, I think.
Ay, qué rico se ve eso.
Why we gotta be in such
Me tiene loca.
Don't care if you're the talk of the
I'm a bad girl.
all I see is glitter.
I get the crowd them hyper. Turn the volume up, get like
See my eyes, baby, can't you see my eyes? See my eyes, oh why?
Because they chopped the S off, it sounds like demon eyes, not see my eyes.
See my eyes,
Yo solo escucho punch, punch, punch.
That one will chop up well.
Bring me back to life. I've been watching.
For the sake of speed, I'm going to go with.
Free. 1, 2, 3.
yo, I bring
Tengo la mente haciendo.
I don't know if the energy's there though.
Ta cabrón, ta cabrón.
Let's actually, this is where let us just audition in time. Search on the deep web, yeah. Get the good stuff. Vocal.
125, man, I move.
Tengo la mente haciendo. Tic tac, tic tac, tic tac, tic tic
Still need to work on the bass.
tic tac, tic tac, tic tic tac, tic tic tac. Tengo la mente haciendo. Tic tac, tic tac, tic tac, tic tac, tic.
one here, make your vibe and step.
1, 2, 3, rosa. Your mind free. Your mind. Your mind free. Your mind.
In time,
Your mind free. Your mind.
don't mind that.
Your mind.
As like a
Free. Your mind.
one part of the drops a little
Your
bit.
mind free. Your mind. Cabrón, ta cabrón, ta cabrón.
wrong key, but
It's not just music.
Have an effect. Good times.
Por tu peso, ay qué rico se ve eso, te ves como travieso, quiero probar tu peso, ay qué rico se ve eso, te ves como travieso, quiero probar tu peso.
We got time, why we gotta be in such a rush?
Honey boo, be my baby, be my lover.
Me tiene loca, con su mirada me está haciendo el boca a boca. Más me provoca, me tiene loca, con su mirada me está haciendo el boca a boca.
I'm making these. Well, obviously I'm making the Latin ones because
Don't care.
I'm a bad.
All I see,
I get the crowd them hyper.
all I see is glitter and gold. All I need is body and soul. Won't you impress me?
B minor. That's a shame. Have to move that 5 or 6 to get it close.
All I
The crowd them.
Baby gave you tea.
Porque solo escucho un
All of these would be great to sprinkle around as just not loops but one bits.
I've been watching.
Part of the details. Okay.
I come to rave in here.
Nobody gonna tell me to.
Give me Butch No Worries vibes. There's lots in there that'll work.
120.
Tengo la mente así.
Yo, I
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, rosa.
your mind free, your mind.
Get like 10 of them and chop them up. I'm trying to think about time. Okay, thank you, Carla. Cheers, great to have you. Cabron House. Anyone looked up the meaning? I'm always obviously hesitant of releasing a track that contains a language I don't understand.
Ta, cabrón.
That could be our equivalent of the chop.
Allá váyase, soyéndose. Allá váyase, soyéndose. Allá váyase, soyéndose. Allá váyase, soyéndose. Allá váyase.
Is that really A? It is. So we could put ours in G. But I'm gonna go with this one, yeah. I don't know. Let me get your mine, and I don't know. It's not really
1, 2.
Free.
No, let's just go with them.
Allá va.
If we go in G, that's in A.
Allá váyase.
And then should be able to get away with that down too. Bring that to G. Turn performance on.
Allá váyase, soyéndose. Allá váyase, soyéndose. Allá váyase, soyéndose.
Yeah.
Allá váyase.
maybe not. They are singing a lot on chord 5. No, no, no. 7, sorry. Or maybe it's just for the other section before the harmonies come in. Nah, not a fan. Highly versed. Right, here we go. Signature moves has got me. Cabron is a highly versatile, vulgar Spanish slang term, frequently used in Mexico, meaning bastard, asshole, fucker, or jerk. Okay. In a derogatory sense, of course. It can also mean dude. Okay. And it is a lady saying it. Is it too low energy, though? That's the other question. I want to hear it behind the side chain. Oh, thank you, Sheebs. Just noticed you're off. Sorry if I missed you. Thanks for hanging around. Going late tonight. Could it be a self-ironic piece, self-aware ironic piece about the type of chin strokers that dance to tech house? Never mock your audience, I suppose, is probably the... Could we do it? Start. Put it on the other side of the bass. Does it even have to drop with it ever? They don't, do they? Oops. That's just like the gospel speech thing.
Story. And let me tell you a little story tonight. It's a story way back when. When DJ took you to church, like Frankie Knuckles used to say.
I don't think it really matters because they don't even have a... There's not even like a drop phrase, is there? You know, normally you'd have something just before the drop. It kind of bucks that trend completely.
And let me tell you a little story.
Yeah. Okay. We need a build sound atmosphere. if it wasn't so, oh, sorry, let's just. I'm gonna fade it in, and that's going to be part of how we. We're in G. Let's go down. We're high passing. Do it this way. Let's go 1-3. Actually, let's have a little bit off the top as well. And then oh. Some kind of fill I'd like. I don't know. Am I uncool for not having a fill? I don't think it needs a fill. If we're gonna take from their book, I might put a smudger on the put it on the master, maybe. I do like the whole wet dry thing. Too many highs. Way too many highs. Can we do this? That's not bad. Still not 100% on bass. Or whether that offbeat's enough. It works without which bit cook, sorry? Without the sweat, without the smudge, or without the fill I was talking about earlier. You gave up on finding vocals. Yeah, it's hard. I mean, unless you work with someone. Oh, the fill, yeah. Yeah, it works without fill. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, as I say, the rest is like finding a million details. There's literally one every 2 beats in these drops. So you would need 16 for a section. Oh, not 16 different, sorry, I mean. Yeah. Yeah, don't even need a crash cymbal for our drop. What else? Oh. The question is, yeah, what would you drop with? If not, I mean, obviously, if you want to rip them off, you would go cowbell. I suppose I just need to go looking for interesting noises in house. You can do all kinds of stuff. Stab. I don't want kick drums. Maybe I should say I don't want any drums. It won't count percussion, will it? Whoops. Oh, come on now. Come on. Behave. Thank you. Oh, nice. Nice drop noise there. Dub siren, maybe? This guy. Could find a scratching part. A whoo, that'd be handy. Someone else has used the term downlifter. We need to find this person and have a talk. It's not okay, people. Classic bongo. You can put that one halfway through every... Phone dial tone solo. Classic saw afro plucked in. Halfway through that solo with the drill. Just looking for different noises. You could make a thing out of that. Bap, 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 bap. There's your cowbell. Ooh, 808. I think about 808. Don't know what I'm going to do with it yet. Oh, did I not buy it? I've got Splice covering my chat. Sorry, guys. Started very 2018 solid group, yeah. No, I've not heard this play for a while. What would you do to freshen it up, I wonder? I mean, I'm just answering. Who asked for this? I can't remember. It's actually... We want big verb. Room verb, not long verb. This needs to smack around some tiny space as if it's in a room. And for that, proto verb. Put a Hoover on it. Oh, it was Hello Kitty. Hello, yes. Is Hello Kitty playing this kind of thing? That's the question. And are you finding it useful? It's the other question. Have we answered? I'm just kind of cracking on. You do play it, yeah. Okay. Okay, let's get our side chain in. I'll do for now. I don't know why I suddenly love the idea of this sound. I'm hearing like the might to add a tiny bit of noise to this. You wouldn't be able to do that. Every bar. We need a release on this as well. Why can't? Yeah. That might not be enough. I'll have to layer it with an actual percussion hit, something that's got, or could put white noise from a synth or something. If it's gonna work at all, could take a top of a something like a djembe, or is it a timbale? What's got good white noise at the top? That's a timbale. So that's not timbale. That's a djembe. So it's not a djembe. What is that? It sounds like a bongo. Doesn't matter. It's the most white noisy one so far. Two snare. Don't want to do a snare drop because I mean you could. I want high energy but not full tribal. Actually playing, you know. I'm not exactly imagining Tomorrowland Brazil stage. Just the recording's not good enough. It's either that or the other one. Let's just layer one in short. See what we get. And I'll go back to that first one. We don't want that. Let's cue you up. How about... It's okay. It's okay. It's all right. Let me try that. Just smack off one of those. That's pretty good. Oops. musical, but you are dealing with a musician here. It's all right. It's got to be calmer than that. Anyway, another one of those rattler sounds by accident. Yeah. What was the bass in the end? Oh no, it was just it is a saw, technically. It's the first 5 harmonics of a saw. So you could build it with 5 sine waves. I find it easy to just make by if you take oh yeah, it was a saw, sorry. You put the low pass on of the wave distortion, which gives you, it's not a low pass filter as such, it's a harmonic amount adjuster. Did you see that bit earlier when I was showing what happens to, let me just hold a note. Oh, I need to hold shift to get the Chris. How annoying. Yeah, so I think it's about 5. Yeah, I didn't have the boo in the major third. It's like those, and then oh, take that off a minute. Then 5. And then I adjusted it slightly so the octave stood out. So I went to where the saw wave is on Vital, and then you can adjust the individual harmonics here. And I noticed that one was a bit keener. In fact, I might keep that one up like that. Compared to the reference. Not that I've really truly listened properly yet, but very quickly that's what basically what we ended up with. Yeah, so it's a kind of saw wave. That would be the next drop anyway, wouldn't it? But yeah, I mean, in terms of what's left to teach other than actually finishing the track, it's just all those details, isn't it? Kitchen sink, as I would call it. Throw the kitchen sink at it, basically. All the different sounds.
Wore many hats. And
Trying to think if there's anything else to learn off it.
let me tell you a little story tonight.
Just high pass. It's nice to have that gated hook. You'd figure out some kind of equivalent hook you could rely on to bring back in and out.
Was out on the dance floor. I swear. When the dancers would
Filter your bongos. Introduce your...
wore many hats. And music was a
My line might not be active enough without delays to... I mean, not that you would do this, but if you literally want to get what they've done, then you just take a bongo sample, and the rhythm is dotted eighths. Just that. Oops. Probably two at the end for the bar. That's going to be your main rhythm. Would be your cowbell rhythm. Something like that. But I'm guessing that's going to be, on this sound, that's going to be too annoying for my particular. Well, that doesn't work. Doesn't work on the sound after the side chain. Sounds like it's late. Right, that disco single. In fact, if you take the decay off that, hey, I was just trying to do something different to a cowbell, but it's not really a great. It sounds alright on that kind of rhythm. So, anyway. A million things you could do. But yeah, high pass, leave the beat rolling, some kind of. We've got our asshole song, dude hole. Oh, in fact, you put the. You could put that every now and then. Accent. Too much. Too long. Anyways, I was going to put some kind of gated section. Who knows? It'd have to be one of the umpteen hundred other details. But yeah, I'm gonna have to dash probably. But hopefully you get the idea of, yeah, the main. What would my summary be? So, what do you classify that kick as? It's got a little bit of the 909 in the punch, hasn't it? It's not completely modern house. Bit of old school thump in there. Character, and you can hear it in the upper. There, it's got a bit of tone to it. It's not just a click and sub. Not super neat. Plenty of chest. that kind of area. Extremely tight clap. I don't know if you get it that tight without a built-in reverb on it, though. It might sound too weird if your clap doesn't have some natural ambience on it. As for grooves, chopped 16ths, constant rhythm, constant energy, offbeat hats. There's a little bit of clap in there as well, isn't there? Didn't spot that. But yeah. Oh yeah, that was my character. And yeah, chopped off saw wave. Make sure you have some glide on there. And then overlap some notes for that bendy vibe. Mostly square on the beat. I'd class this as square. You know, because there's no syncopation there because you land again. If we didn't land, that would be syncopated because the syncopation would be here. You could do that, but because I've done landing there, I'm classing that as a square phrase. But you get the idea. Mostly square. That's my only real syncopation I had. If you don't do that. As for note choices, obviously just fundamental. This really doesn't matter. You can literally just just pick anything at random if you want to wobble. If you want super character based, but yeah, depends how crazy you want to be or how chin stroker you want to be. And then yes, that's just root note, minor third. Again, doesn't matter. You could have the fifth. I'm actually preferring that. Would you go down the octave? Anyway, lots of choices. Nothing special there. Yeah, pick your hook. I don't know what it would be. You're going to need 2 or 3 hooks. They've got the gated vocal, the speech, and the cowbell, haven't they? That's pretty typical. You want 3 rotating hooks, especially if you're going to keep interest with, a very minimal arrangement like these kind of things are, which is just high pass, very little in terms of fills and build up. It's all just in the arrangement. Yeah, that's all I can think of really in terms of. Obviously, details is what you spend the most time on. Put the Hoover in. Yeah, I mean, if your audience isn't dancing, I've actually got one just sat there. Oops. Apparently, I put one in my. There you go. It's in C, which is the problem. So we have to go up 7. Let's build in. Maybe the Hoover represents the cabron. Maybe to go down 5 instead of up 7. See, now you've had it in, you miss it, don't you? big verb on it. There we go. That's Saltronics. Satiated. I mean, it's part of the kitchen sink, right? It's not out of. Obviously, it's probably, you know, it's like what Fisher would do to this genre, maybe. I don't know. Liven it up, take it to a slightly larger venue with more women. if that makes sense. More of a certain type of woman. Yeah. Let's put a big verb on. And this is the festival edit. There you go.
Ta cabrón, ta.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, I put it on the wrong track. No, I didn't. I just didn't say.
Ta cabrón, ta.
There we go. And now it's uncool. Put a speech and go to the Grammys. No, to get a Grammy now, apparently you need to make the most average, middle of the road, 60s, but without the production, clean pop. You need to be obviously attractive and talk about that you need to be singing about that your boyfriend stopped talking to you, put you on red, something like that. I think that got a Grammy, didn't it? Of course, I'm talking about Olivia Dean. Was it Olivia Dean? Was that a name? Almost forgotten already. I didn't like it. Anyone in the chat an Olivia Dean fan by any chance? Six, 7. Yeah, she can sing. I mean, okay. Yeah, HG doesn't know. Cook likes her. Okay, fair enough. Have I heard about this video, Steve Mack and his low-end reference website? No? What is it, in an interview? I don't know what he last mixed. So I don't know if I can say whether I think the tip is I agree with it or not. Oh, Cook listens to a lot of Radio 1 at work. Which video is it? What's the best thing to start with a track out of chords, melody, bass? Whatever comes to you first, I suppose. There's no rules there. Kick. So I'll try. Always just start with a kick. Yeah. Instant inspiration. What is that noise in my headphone? I've got a coming through. Oh. It was my mic cable on the back of the computer fan. Freemasons, F9. How much mixing am I doing by building out the track? Well, you saw it there. I mean, that's about the extent of it in terms of like for this. I don't suppose I don't suppose it's any different for other tracks. The mixing is get the kick and the low end right, and then it's what I talked about in my how to not master video. Is bass. Obviously, I'm trying to choose sounds ahead of time while my ears are fresh, which sound like, you know, they'll fit already without, because the longer you spend crowbarring a sound into your track that doesn't fit, and you're trying to make it fit with 10 processors, EQ, compression, distortion, saturation, clipping, whatever. If you spend ages on a sound trying to do that, your mix just always ends up worse at the end. So all I do is get the low end right, sub and side chain, and then the rest is up to you. It's just a balance preference. That's all it is. There's literally no other rules. Understand what your groove you're going for. Is it backbeat led? Is it watch my house drums tutorial, even if you're not doing house, just so you can get a feel for where you want your groove to land, because that will determine how you both arrange it and choose your tones for your drums. I mean, I would put that out. There's no tweaking I need to do. I needed things like earlier I was looking for some top end energy in the because this one wasn't doing it for me, right? Too dull. You saw what I did here. This is almost worthless. So I ended up adding that one because it's got a bit of a shaker in there as well. And then I did that just to finish it off. That's kind of the engineering. That's the mixing. It's more arrangement. So as long as the bottom end's doing its job, it's not giving me headroom problems, I'm already at master level, I could export that and be done. I mean, once the arrangement's done with the other sounds, the only other, like, there's effects mixing, which is again personal preference. You know, how much reverb, delay, ambience do you want on things? That's not a must, or, you know, you could have something completely dry if you want. Like I wanted an echo on this, like a really bouncy room. Because I knew the sound without it wouldn't have the it wouldn't have the energy for a drop. I wanted the effect of a percussion in a really bright room being played really loud. So I sent it to a reverb that I know does that, Proto Rack. That's part of engineering. That's, you know, again, but that's tone selection. So That's the mixing side of it. Yeah, I mean, it's literally, if I can get away with not mixing it, I will. Put it that way. So that's the way I kind of go for it. It's all, I mean, obviously, I can say that with a lot of hindsight and privilege because I've got decades of ear training now. So I am going by a lot of feel and but I obviously I can trust my ears with a lot of what I'm selecting in the first place. So, but the principle shouldn't change for you. Get a reference track or 3 or 5 into your session. Make sure you're always referencing it every 20 minutes or so your ears don't get lost. Especially if you're new or you don't have a lot of solid ear training yet. That's why you do that. You don't do it so you can rip off the track necessarily. You do it so your ears have a compass. And if you get multiple tracks, even better, because then you'll realize, some tracks are so much brighter than others. Some tracks have so much bigger kicks than others. You just aim somewhere in the middle and you'll be fine. Again, I'll always use, I mean, do you think this sounds mixed? I know it samples a classic track.
A man to take over. Oh girl, don't look any further.
That sound mixed to you?
Strange when you think of the chances that we both be in a state of mind too cool to be callous, looking for the right thing. Oh baby, don't look any further. Tonight we're gonna taste a little paradise.
I was having this discussion. It doesn't matter who you listen to. Like, listen to James Hype's biggest, the one that broke him, or David Zowie, or just listen to loads of people's breakthrough tracks, and you'll realize, obviously, they're early on in their careers, right? So most of the time, the breakthrough tracks sound pretty bad in terms of, like, if you're just talking in terms of quote unquote engineering, mixing quality, or whatever you want to call it, because it doesn't matter. The mix doesn't. I mean, it matters to a degree. You got to make people dance, and this track absolutely makes people dance, right? Obviously, you got to put it in the right set, and you got to get the audience ready for this kind of thing. But this can go off, and it sounds, well, what, old? I'm not worried about. I'm not worried about kick drum headroom on a track like this. Because, but I've seen that track go off so many times. It's ridiculous. Pause the stuff, absolutely, and I'm talking about in pretty big sets, because at the time he dropped this, everyone was obsessed with massive kick tech house. So why not? Especially now AI can do all of that. Why not go left field? Why don't you just surprise people? Try something. Do not worry about sound quality. Like don't spend too much time on it. Your mix will sort itself out if you write a good bass line, arrange it well. Just don't focus too hard on the mixing side. That just comes naturally as your ears progress in a few years. There's nothing you can do to really speed that up other than make a lot more music. Like a track a day kind of pace, right? With lots of referencing. That's how you speed that up. That's the only thing you can do. You can't listen to someone say, oh, high pass at 500 hertz and blah, 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 gate compress. You can't listen to someone say that, because mixing has got nothing to do with techniques. The techniques are just solutions to problems. You need to be able to hear the problems. Mixing is a listening skill, not a technique skill. Doesn't matter what techniques you know. If you don't know how to apply them or when to apply them, you can't mix. And by the time you can hear problems, you already know what to do. You'll be creative enough to figure out something that makes it work. Even if you never knew what a compressor did and you never learnt about compression, if you got yourself a vocal that was sticking out on certain words, going like, what would you do? You'd turn the fader down on those words, just automate the fader, even if you had no idea what a compressor was. You would find a way to fix your mixing problems as long as you could hear the problem. So the techniques and the actual, there's none of the tricks, and there's no secret tricks or anything. It's just understand what you're hearing, basically. But by far the more important thing before you get to any of that is write a banger. Or remix a banger, as most people do. Dress, what's this? Paul's had tried the strip back style for years before it worked on this scale. You saw him clear the print works in 2018 because they wanted big room tech. Yeah, you've got to, it's not like, it's not just play this and it works. Yeah, like I said, you've got to wind this. You can put this in a big house tech set, but you have to be a very good DJ in order to guide the audience towards it. You have to get them in the palm of your hand and ready for stuff. You can tease strange things and get them used to, if you get them to the right area, right? If you get them to the right place, you could drop this. It depends what's been on before you and all kinds of other stuff, obviously. But if you've got an hour to work with, I reckon you can get this in big house tech set. I mean, you'll be talked about. You can't. Yeah, you can't do a whole set of stripped back if the audience wants, if it's all been that, especially before you can't just come on and slam this in first track and then the rest of it also be like this. But yeah, my point is everything's got a place. Doesn't have to be absolutely banging in terms of like low end and stuff. So, I'm going to have to dash. Hopefully, Hello Kitty, you learnt enough? If not, leave us a question on YouTube comments. Any of you I didn't manage to get to your questions, just leave them. Leave them in the YouTube comments, either on any video is fine. I will see it. Cook, pretty sure your tracks are all poorly mixed. Well, there you go. You're ahead of everyone already. So there you go. I'm considering it an advantage. So now we need to take, for our play out music, we take the Rhodes chords from earlier, from the other track. And we put them on, what key were these in? G sharp. So all we have to do is drop these, right? High pass them a bit. Side chain them, then these work. sidechain sorted it. We need they're too square. We need dotted eighths delay, and then this could be our mix out track. Here comes the Hoover. Now that's different. I'm not sure it's good, but it's different. I'll take that any day. All right, night.